I know it's an international audience. It's hard for it to ask you to sing the Nigerian national anthem. We didn't put it as part of our package. But I'll plead with those who can sing to do that after 3. It's not good to keep you standing for long. So, thank you very much. You may please take your seats. The Honorable Minister, State Works and Housing, Ghana, Managing Director here present, heads of different organizations that have come to be part of us, welcome and thank you for your time. I understand that time is of the essence today, and quickly we will run through our program. We're celebrating someone in the next 15 minutes now, because time is used up, and we're told that he's already 60 years. I think we can clap for that age, 60 years. I had told someone once, he was about 60, 65, and he told me, he said, young man, I need to give you an advice. He said, 3 things will happen to you when you get old. These are the signs to tell you that you are getting old. And I said, what are the signs? So I took a pen and a jotter, and it says the first thing that will happen to you when you begin to get old is that you begin to forget a lot. So I wrote it down. I said memory loss. And I said, sir, what are the other 2? And he looked me straight in the eyes and said, young man, honestly, I have forgotten. We're celebrating someone whose memory is still sharp. He's a housing, financing, and urban regeneration expert. Is focused on finding lasting solutions to the housing and urban development management problems in Africa. He has a PhD in construction management from the University of Lagos, and he has also been the director of the University of Lagos Center for Housing Studies and the chairman of the Housing Committee of Lagos State University. He has authored over 50 peer-reviewed articles with over 29 years of research in housing and financing. He has supervised over 40 postgraduate theses, and of course today is his birthday. We choose this time to celebrate him because he's been part of this, he's been part of housing, and his birthday falls into the celebration that we are doing today. We felt we could not just throw him away. He's important, he couldn't be here, but he's joining us online via our Zoom link, and we appreciate him. Once again, I want to especially to the honor of this great man, Professor Timothy Olugbenga Nubi. Please put your hands together for him. Summarize his life as one who is a prolific speaker, a writer, a teacher, a researcher, and a believer in the sustainable city. We'll have a few testimony about him. A few of us will just say 1 or 2 things, and then we'll go ahead. There's a special cake there in his honor, and we'll all try to cut the cake in a bit. I want to once again welcome us and thank you for staying. So to begin to kickstart our process, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin by especially asking one of our fathers also in the industry, who also worked with the prof at setting up Radon. He also was at one time in short, it's been many things. Right now he's our chairman of the BOT for Radon. Let me therefore welcome to say a few words about the celebrant for today, Prince Sheyi Lufadeju. Please put your hands together for him. He's the former managing director of Shelter Afrique and chairman of the board of trustees for Redan. Please, a proper applause will do for him. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen here seated, the guest of honor, I saw him on the screen just a few minutes ago, Professor Timothy Olugbenga Nubi. Today is a special day that we all rejoice and give thanks to Almighty God for the life and for the industry of Professor Nubi, a foremost member of Redan and a member of the Board of Trustees of Redan, Professor of Estate Management, University of Lagos, is starting life today at age 60. And we thank God for his life. You can see him there seated, looking at all of us here. A very versatile gentleman, a good researcher, a great speaker, who has taken part in very many research projects all over the world. We are especially very proud of him. And we wish him a very, very happy birthday. We wish him long life. We wish him good health. And we wish his entire family all the best that this season brings. All of us in this hall, and especially members of Redan that are present here, are especially very happy to rejoice with him. He should have been here physically with us. But for this birthday and so many other items that he had to take care of in Lagos. So, Professor Nubi, thank you very much, sitting and watching all of us. We pray that God would make you continue to enjoy your life the way you've always enjoyed it. You will make greater contributions than you have made up till now, and wish you a very happy birthday. God bless you. I think at the end of this, we'll sing a birthday song. I don't want to start with birthday song so that other people can talk. So, Professor Nubi, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. Thank you. Well, we'll take one more, and this time we will take one who also had worked hard at Redan, the immediate past president of Redan and chair of Copen Group. Let's welcome Reverend Ogochukwu Chima. Somebody told me that celebrant is not actually 60, but is 18 years with 42 years experience. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you so much. It's an honor for me to stand here, standing on all protocol. Honorable Minister, I want to thank you once more for being here with us. To speak about Professor Timothy Olugbenga Nubi is a delight to my soul for many reasons. I first met him when Redan was being formed. Professor Nubi was not just part of those who was at the formative stage of Redan, but one thing that stood him out for me was the fact that he was quite devoted to being mentored by late Alhaji Lateef Jakonde. In all the times that Alhaji Lateef Jakonde, who was then former Minister for Works and Housing in the early 90s, was going around the country preaching the message of affordable housing, Professor Nubi was carrying his bag, honoring him and making sure that this man has all the comfort he needed to go around the country preaching the message. So that showed to me that he was a good mentee who was there for late Alhaji Lateef Jakonde. And that singular act was what gave me the respect I have for him. When we were at Kashim Ibrahim House in Kaduna, Alhaji Lateef Jakonde, at the age of 70-something years, fell down, climbing the stairs. We all thought it was over. He was wounded. He got up, dusted himself. Professor Nubi was there by his side. I met him also in various other places. Professor Nubi wrote a book on how to encourage people to build their own houses, to build cooperatives. So it wasn't just a question of theory, but it was a hands-on practical example of getting people to be involved in the housing sector. I also do remember in the early 2000s, I remember in 2006, he organized the housing advocacy training in UK, where he was able to gather Federal Mortgage Bank managing directors, Dr. Femi Johnson, so many other people, the MD of Sun Trust, and so many of us. I was there myself in March 2006, October 2006, and so on and so on. He was trying to bring us together. I think General Rees was also there to see how we can sit down as people and craft a roadmap for ensuring that our people are housed. He did that and he came back in Nigeria. I was so worried when later, about 2000 to 2015, he had some health challenges, and some of us were praying that this man who have honored our icon in industry, who have been there to make sure that through any means possible, visiting the slums, writing. So when they mentioned that he was supervising PhD students and all the rest of them, they forget to mention that he was also supervising the poor in the slums of Lagos and other areas, supervising them to see how they can, through him, build their own housing units. And it made a whole lot of difference. So I was asking myself, this man cannot go now. And God answered our prayers to make sure that Professor Nubi survived that scare of so many years. And I'm happy to see him vibrant and sitting down there. It's therefore a joy for me to see him. Those who are born in 1961 are very strong people. Are very strong people, they are dedicated people. Don't mind me, I was born in 1961 too. So Professor Nubi is somebody that was there for everybody. Whether you can't pay him in the slums of the cities, or whether you are the big man up there, he has time for everybody. Above all, his life philosophy is derived from his religious belief that sacrifice is what makes a leader. And I want to thank God for you, Professor Nubi, that as you celebrate that life philosophy, that sacrifice is what makes us a leader. We'll continue to shine forth in everything that you do. I wish you a beautiful birthday, and I know that you have many more years ahead of you of impact to the society. God bless you, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. 60 is very special. I don't know whether it was because of his birthday that the professor was told to manage the redevelopment of 60 hectares of slum country housing for over 2,000 households in Lagos. 60 today is important in 1 year for 1 hectare of that land. His experience has spanned working with governments, NGOs, and private sector in the UK, US, and Netherlands, but we believe his work is most valued here in Nigeria. Please, another round of applause for him. We want to specially appreciate the commercial director, Lafarge Africa. Let's especially appreciate Mr. Benga Onimo. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you. We have also others we have Engineer Femi Yusuf. Thank you very much for coming out to be part of this. And Engineer Jumoke Adekunle, you're welcome. Please put your hands together for them. Permit me to also specially appreciate the one who has promised me that after this, I will stop living in one-man village. He's going to give me land inside Abuja. That is the managing director of the Federal Mortgage Bank. Let's especially appreciate architect Ahmed Dangiwa. Please put your hands together for him. Is he around at all? Thank you very much. That's him. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. Barrister Festus said I should thank you especially for the note that you sent me about my new house. Thank you, sir. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's important that we bring women into what we do. A South African did research once and said 98% of the rubber band that women use is either gotten from takeaway packs or from stockfish. And I said, why is that so? We are going to do a special research in Nigeria, particularly in Lagos, to find out whether that is true. But we have a woman who has gone beyond motivating women to actually being a trailblazer and encouragement, a practical example of why women should be involved in the built industry. Let me especially appreciate Mrs. Mercy Iocha. Please put your hands together for her as she comes up to also say a few words about the celebrant. Many years of hard work is what she has put into this. And right now, for us, we are celebrating her also as a success in the housing industry. Please, a round of applause for her. She comes up to say a few words about the celebrant.
Sorry, I have to adjust this to my height. Please permit me to stand on already established protocols. I want to speak on behalf of the president of REDAN, who is unavoidably absent, and also in my own capacity as somebody who knows Professor Nubi. I love birthday celebrations because they are a way to express appreciation to God for keeping the person alive. Because as we speak, some people may be dying already this very minute. So we give glory to God for the life of Professor Nubi as he celebrates his 60th birthday today. And what a coincidence. It's a great honor to always come across people who make impact wherever they find themselves. Professor Nubi is one of such. Apart from being a member of the Board of Trustees, who has really made impact in the built industry, as a REDAN member of the Board of Trustees, and in charge of research for the association, Professor Nubi is always there. Anytime you knock on his door, he's there for you. I met him when I was a president of the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, and I was so highly impressed, even at that time. There's so much, people have already talked a lot about the professor, but today I want to say to Professor, happy birthday. I want to thank God for your life, for the impact that you have made to individuals, to REDAN, to the Nigeria as a whole. And to say that it is our prayer this morning that God should continue to bless you. God should continue to meet your heart's desires. God should continue to give you peace, joy, and happiness. And that God should make you to enjoy the rest of your life as you have enjoyed it up to this time. And maybe up to maybe 120, perhaps we are just half of it. You may be there at 120, we can celebrate you. Just like we celebrated your mentor, Latif, the Honorable Minister, late Latif Jakonde, who trained you and you took after his footsteps, and today you are making the greatest impact that we are witnessing. So we wish you a very happy birthday, and may God continue to bless you for us. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Just to give you a quick information that after the cutting of the cake, we will all come back here. Of course, just a few of us will represent the entire bank at this stand to tell you that we have the Lafarge session, and that will be talking about construction technology and transforming the construction sector, utilizing 3D technology, the Lafarge experience in Africa. That, of course, will be coordinated by my colleague, Ben Dodo Oche. He will be doing all of that for us. But for now, we will need to move towards the cake and officially cut the cake. Those of you who are online, thank you very much. I hope there's a cake also. And for those of you who joined from the US, it may not be a good time for you to have real big cake, but you can go into your fridge when we finish cutting and then take something from your fridge and just celebrate with us. So we want to invite those who spoke. Let me just invite those who spoke to join us on the other side where we'll have the cake.
Minister with the Federal Mortgage Bank MD.
So we'll also invite, they'll be led by two people. We'll invite the Honorable Minister of State for Works and Housing in Ghana. Let me especially say Honorable Doctor, very important ma'am. Honorable Dr. Frida Prempe will lead with the Managing Director for the Federal Mortgage Bank, and the other five people who spoke, they are representing us. We picked them in different categories to just join us in this. So we'll move towards the cake, and hopefully we'll be able to count to 50 or 60, and then we'll cut the cake. So are we ready? They are moving towards the cake, and I'll move with them. After now, we'll invite Ben Dodo Oche, who will take over proceedings after now. All right, we are approaching the cake now. I hope those of you who are online can see what we have. It is beautiful. So I will hand over to the Honorable Minister, who has done a lot of construction, building, housing, including construction of cakes, to say a few things about the cake.
Thank you very much. I want to join hands with all those who spoke earlier on to cut this cake in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, in honor of an icon who has been in the built industry for over 30 years. As I sat back and listened to the testimony, I was amazed, and I was happy in my spirit that at least in Africa we have people like that. And I hope that he'll take this opportunity to mentor the young ones so that they can also take after him. Professor, we honor you, we adore you, we love you, and we say that may God continue to bless you. May God continue to strengthen you. And may God continue to give you good health and prosperity as you start a new journey today. 60 years is a long time. If you give birth to a baby, he has to go through crawling, walking, crawling back and forth, falling, standing, going to school, through JHS, secondary, to attain the age of 60. I will share with my sister that we love birthdays, because it's a time that God adds another year to our lives. God bless you, and God bless us all. So we join hands to celebrate an icon in the built industry as we cut this cake in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Okay, it's good that you smile. It means this is good. Yeah, so I think we can take the happy birthday song. We'll do that after 3. 1, 2.
You, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. May God bless you now. May God bless you now. May God bless you now. May God bless. Oh, it looks like those of you sitting there, you've not taken breakfast. Oh. May God bless you now. Can we stand and join as we celebrate Prof? May God bless you now. May God bless you now. Hip, hip, hip. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together. Can we clap for the Honorable Minister of Works, Housing, and now we can add coordination.
So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we will do the session, the Lafarge session, but let's also appreciate the MD of the Federal Mortgage Bank who has come. He will listen a little to that session, and then he will also be able to take part in his own session. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I want to especially hand over to my colleague, Ben Dudu, or Chair, who will take over proceedings from here. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are going straight to the technical session of day 2 of the 15th Abuja International Housing Fair this morning. Like we announced yesterday, we were supposed to take the Lafarge session on construction technology, transforming the construction sectors, utilizing 3D technology, the Lafarge experience in Africa. And that is exactly what we are going to be taking first this morning before we move to the main item, the technical session for this morning. Like you heard from the MC, we'll be working with Mr. Ben Dudu Oche, who will also be assisting to take control of this session. And we are going to do something special. Yesterday, at the last session, we looked at housing finance and post-COVID era products, innovations, and options. And there are 2 key players that were meant to present papers that, because of the exigencies of that duty, they were unable to be present. We are going to be merging them with this technical session. And of course, you know that when you talk about innovation, you're talking about transforming the construction sector, you need finance. So we are bringing them in to join in this technical session this morning. So on that note, you will permit me to invite the chairman of the technical session this morning, Professor Charles Yangete, the chairman of Innovative Risk and Investment Solution Limited, as the chairman of the technical session. Please, let's put our hands together as he comes. Please join me to invite my colleagues to introduce the other speakers for this morning presentation.
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome. I especially welcome you to day 2 of the largest, the biggest, and if you like, the most profound housing and construction sector stakeholders forum in Africa. If you are excited to be here, please, a round of applause for yourself and for the brain behind this gathering. I want to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Works and Housing, Ghana, Frida Prempe. Once again, we celebrate you, madam. Thanks for being here. Well, like my colleague said, we will be bringing speakers for the Lafarge session, construction technology, transforming the construction sector, utilizing 3D technology, the Lafarge experience in Africa. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Professor Brando Okolo, Founding Director, Germany-based Stern-based Institute for Material Application and 3D Printing Solutions. Please, a round of applause for him as he makes his way to the podium.
Also help me welcome Babajide Odusulu, MD CEO, Octo 5 Real Estate. We also have as our speaker, Engineer Jumoke Adegunle, Head Motor Operations, Lafarge. A round of applause for her, please. Engineer Femi Yusuf, Head Product Technical and Innovation, Lafarge. Please, we can do better than that. We can do better than that. Like my colleague said, yesterday, we're supposed to have the MD, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, in the housing finance in the post-COVID era. He was supposed to speak yesterday, but he was not present, so he will be joining them this morning. Please help me welcome Mr. Ahmed Dangiwa, MD, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. A round of applause for him, please. Femi Adewale, Managing Director, Family Homes Fund. Please, a round of applause for him. I'm sure he'll be here any moment from now. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will be handing over to the chairman, Professor Charles Iyangete, the chairman, Innovative Risk and Investment Solutions, IRIS Limited. Mr. Chairman, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'll stand on the existing protocol because I know we're really pushed for time. It's my pleasure and delight to welcome you to this particular session on construction technology, 3Ds, and the rest of it. The construction technology, construction materials, techniques, as well as technologies to build net zero buildings is critical for moving forward. If we want to have buildings that are ready for the future, we need to ensure that these buildings are sustainable in terms of their impact on the environment. We want to ensure that these buildings are able to be people-centric, in other words, respond to the needs of the occupants. We want to ensure that these buildings are able to be hyper-efficient, which means for maximum performance, we're minimizing the costs. And we also need to ensure that these buildings are able to really be resilient and adapt and respond rapidly to the changing environment. And so without further ado, I invite our first and key speaker for this session, and that is Benga. Why are you not up here? Yeah? Sorry that you were not introduced. My apologies on behalf of the... Can you sit on this side? Because you're speaking. Use the podium. I invite Mr. Benga Onimo, who is the Commercial Director at Lafarge Africa. Please take the podium. Yeah. You have just 10.5 minutes to present.
With the media team, please, can you help project this? Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'll be standing on the existing protocol. Again, we from Lafarge Africa PLC, a member of the OSIM group. I know a lot of people know us as Lafarge OSIM, but very recently we changed our name, rebranded. We're now OSIM as a group point of view. We're talking housing. I mean, very interesting conversations we've had in day one. And I think when we look at all of this, the big thing that comes around is that, yes, there's need for housing. Can you go to the next slide, please? We all agree. I mean, the world is changing, population is increasing, there's definitely more need, more demand for housing, and it will continue. You know, that deficit we talk about will continue to widen. Regardless of what we put in numbers, I think the common point is there is need for more housing, right? And again, if we look at the way we build today, it's also a concern. I mean, it served us, yes, it's taken us to where we are today, but of course, looking at where we're going, we need to move faster. We need to do more. And it's nothing just come easy. So it means we need to find ways of building faster. We need to find ways of building more cost effectively. Yesterday, we talked a lot about financial products, you know, to support this vision. But, I mean, the pocket is not endless. So we definitely need to ensure the methodology of building also can be more efficient, more cost-effective, you know, find a way to take out really, you know, waste in the whole process. And I think that's very important. And that's where for us, when we look at the way we build today, you say, there's not been so much innovation. It's been really very traditional, same for a long time. I mean, we all know it's brick and mortar most of the time, you know, and again, it takes its time, the process and all of that. And if we look at it, the cost of materials that we use for all of this, it's a lot. Apart from the cost, there's multiple materials, and which requires a lot of people, labor also. So sometimes, I mean, when we were talking yesterday, I was listening and trying to imagine, to say, when you actually look at the cost drivers, you know, apart from the land, when you look at cost drivers in putting up affordable building, a lot will be around materials and labor. So really, if we have the right technology that can address this, you know, it's going to help. Yes, we need the speed because we have a long way to go. I think I recall yesterday when His Excellency, the Minister from Ghana, mentioned the number from Shelter Afrique in terms of the deficit. I think she was talking about 56 million just among 44 countries in Africa. 56 million, that's massive. You're wondering how long it's going to take us to build. So it means we need to build faster. The current way of building today probably won't help us to get there. And again, it's also very important. I mean, our theme is talking resilience. So sustainability, it's also very important too. The carbon footprint, we want to go greener, climatic, we all talk about climate change and all of that. So how do we ensure also the technology for building also helps in that perspective? These are concerns for us also from a Lafarge point of view, which makes it very important to think around the technology that can address this. So for us, really, we think we need to start, you know, building new generation houses. You know, some of us will say, oh, are you sure of this? But the fact is, there are challenges in the world today, and we need to start building better, more affordable, more eco-friendly. You know, we need to go green and cost efficient. And of course, it needs to also match the timelines. Yeah, the next slide, please. So I'd like to show very quick, no, sorry, the video. Hello, hello, media man, can you go back? Yes, can you click the video, please? So for us today, thank you very much. So our focus today is on the 3D technology for construction. That's really what we want to focus on today. So for us, there's a need for a change on what we do today. And what's 3D printing, really? It's simple. It's simple printing. Basically, you know, sequential layering of materials. You know, you just keep, you saw the machine, keeps going on, laying up the materials till you build. And that's what it is. You know, specifically for housing, it's about building the walls of the building, the walls of the house. That's what the 3D print will do. It builds that, keeps laying up the material, and you build the walls very quickly, both internal, external, and very fast, very fast. Within a few hours, you can actually put the walls of a building. In Malawi, for example, the school was done in 18 hours. A school on a 56 square meter was done in 18 hours. The entire walls were built already. So that's really what it is. It's as simple. It's as simple. And we already in Lafarge are already aligned in this technology. I mean, someone will say, oh, you know, this is digital. Are you guys sure about this? Yes. I can show you. You'll see in the next video, classrooms, children are already in there learning. So it's real, it's life. And for us, when you look at the benefits of this, right, like I said earlier, we'd agree that material costs is an issue. I mean, you and I know today when you're building, yes, they tell you this is the amount of material with your BOQ and co. But managing the materials, there's a lot of waste, there's a lot of loss, you know, that happens at site through materials. But with 3D printing, you don't need to be bringing materials to the site. You're just going to load up materials that you need exactly. It's in the machine. So no one is going to, you know, shortchange you. And from what we've seen so far, about 60% savings actually you can make on materials. 60%. Productivity is also, like I mentioned, speed. 18 hours building the walls of a school. Once you put the framework, the walls, then you're ready to go. Flexibility and scalability that this can also give you. You know, your shapes, the size, different things you can do. You can manage it in different ways and create some aesthetics leveraging on this. So it can be customized also to what you want, you know, and that's the beauty of the 3D print. Logistics, when we talk about construction, can also be a challenge and a cost driver. And that's one of the things that this helps. With 3D printing, you can cut off a lot of unnecessary costs. And this is where you make the savings. So you're getting speed, you're making savings, and of course, it's also, we're talking green. Next slide, please. Simple process. Sorry, you move too fast, Mr. Can you go back, please? Go back, please. Go back. Back. You're moving too fast. Yes, sorry, that's it. So 70% time from what we've seen that you can gain, you know, 70% savings on time. Okay, next. And for us in Lafarge, next slide. For us in Lafarge, we're not on this alone. So the approach is really, you know, bringing all stakeholders together. We're not working alone on this. Contractors, developers, design offices, printing companies that would make the printers, because you have different sizes, different printers you need for depending on the material you want to use. And of course, with the academic body, you know, research a lot. We actually invest a lot in research. We have a huge R&D office in France that we leverage on, that's been working on this. So again, that's the way we've started the process. The next slide. And we've gone through the different stages, you know, for every project that we've tried to test this on. First is looking what's the product, the design, the print technology, and the material you want to use. The next, you know, so this is just telling you that, you know, you could think, oh, 3D, next slide, 3D print, in some place, would you need to use reinforcement? Yes, there can still be some reinforcement. Can you go to the next? I'm trying to move very quickly because I can see I'm being notched already on time. So with respect to the material, the ink that's actually using to print, you know, we have the technology in-house. We're making that also in-house. We are, of course, like you know, we are strong with building solutions, cement, dry mortar. So all of these technologies are also what is necessary for this. So we already have that. We're experts in that already. And the different mixed material that you can actually use. So examples of structures that actually we've worked on. Can you go to the next slide quickly? If you can click on that video, go to the next slide. Yes, just click on the video. So that's, you see the school I was talking about in Malawi. And with pupils already in there, you can see the walls, you can appreciate it actually. Fantastic. That's the school, you know. Sitting on 56 square meter, very quickly done. And for them in Malawi, when they look at the deficit they have in terms of schools, they wanted to focus in that area to close 36,000 schools that backlog they have. And this actually is a way to go. So we're actually leading that. If you go to the next slide, please. Yes. And also a 2-bedroom house done already with the family moved in. I think this was actually sponsored by Habitat for Humanity. And again, you can see some designs from Iraq. So we're working across Africa. There's several projects actually that we're on this. And this is just to give you also a feel. Next slide. On some of the big projects doing turbines, you can actually go high. So again, question is around, can we go multiple floors? Yes, we can. But we've seen that in some other countries. In Nigeria, we want to start stage by stage. And I think when we look at the needs we need to address, actually, you actually want to start from ground floor. So this is a footbridge that will be used for the Olympic Games in 2024. And Lafarge already has the right to actually, you know, build this there. So this already work is going on and will be live. And if you look at the next slide, please. So again, this is another bridge, footbridge. Can you click on that video? A footbridge that Lafarge also had worked with other partners, companies to actually bring to life also. And this was in, this is in Venice, in Italy. This was opened just in July the 19th, precisely, that this was actually opened.
It uses the minimum amount of material for maximum strength. 3D printing opens up a world of possibilities, all the way from complex infrastructure projects to affordable housing. We can reduce up to 70% of materials with no compromise on performance. That is a breakthrough from a sustainability perspective, and that for me is building progress.
Next slide. So for us, it's impressive. We're quite happy. This is just showing you different ways of getting people into the 3D thing. So we create competition among students in various universities. Can you go to the next slide? And for Nigeria, our approach is we're building a 2-bed project, hospital project as a CSR, somewhere in Shagam with 3D. And this once it lands, next slide. So in terms of technology, in terms of resource, we have it. And we're working with a company, a sister company of Lafarge, based in Kenya, that will be using across to run this in the entire Africa. Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thanks. I know the time was not enough, but I think we can talk more during the time.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm not going to take time in commenting on what is said. I'll leave time at the end for that. The next speaker is Professor Brando Okolo. He's a founding director, Germany-based Steinberg's Institute for Materials Application and 3D Printing. Professor, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk on this forum on a very interesting topic, 3D printing technologies. It's a technology that's been in the works for the past 35 years. And we've seen it grow from being a rapid prototyping tool to now being a construction tool. And beyond the current topic of buildings, you can also use 3D printing technologies to essentially build all kinds of machine tools, consumer products, and interface with all kinds of industries. Okay. Next slide, please. So for my presentation today, I'll first of all try and give an overview of what 3D printing is and why you should use this technology within the construction industry. I'll talk about 3D construction printing today and in the future, and I'll give a few final remarks. Next slide, please. So what is 3D printing? Luckily, the speaker that spoke before me, he's already given an insight into what this technology is all about. So imagine you have an extrusion machine, a machine that allows you put down material in a layer-by-layer fashion until a three-dimensional structure is built up. That's essentially what the machine is all about. But the first thing, of course, is that you need to come up with the product you want to design, or what you want to fabricate, whether it's a house, an engineering part, whatever it is. The starting point for that process is in the design. So you need to be able to use design tools to produce what you want to fabricate. Next slide, please. So I'll quickly give an overview of what 3D printing, or how the process of 3D printing goes. Can you go back, please, if you don't mind? Yeah, exactly. So imagine you have the sculpture. There are two ways you can actually produce this sculpture. First is by taking a block of, can you click on the, yeah. First is by taking a block of stone and chiseling out everything on that stone that doesn't look like the sculptor. Next slide, please. The second is by having a free surface on which you start putting materials together until a three-dimensional structure is built. So in both cases, in the field of manufacturing, the first example is called subtractive manufacturing, where you have a big block, you chisel out everything or chisel out material, and then you have your final product. The second is called additive manufacturing, and I'll come to that, why 3D printing is being scaled up to additive manufacturing. So additive manufacturing involves putting materials together in whatever form, either in the form of pottery work, in the form of casting, and of course also in the form of 3D printing. So the word 3D printing is today used generic to describe the technology, but strictly speaking, this is called additive manufacturing. So what you find in engineering textbooks, what you find in textbooks that are used in the academic world is additive manufacturing. Next slide, please. And so today, essentially, all existing engineering material or technical materials can be 3D printed or additive manufactured. So you can 3D print paper, glasses, ceramics, polymers of all forms, metals, concrete as we have it today, and all kinds of other composite materials. Those today can be 3D printing, including concrete as we know it. Next slide, please. So what does a 3D printing workflow look like? As I already mentioned, you start off with a design, and that design can be generated either using your computer-aided design tool, or you could use a 3D scanner to generate that design. Now, the data you generate from that is then prepared for the printing process. So the preparation is simply a transformation of your data format from one form to a machine-readable format. Next slide, please. And the machine-readable format then allows you, that data allows you print or lay down materials in a layer-by-layer fashion until your three-dimensional structure is formed. And so you see a system that allows you build structure, build it fast. If you could scale beyond that point of just building one structure and building fast, you can go into a point where you're building several and building fast. So imagine this industry, this very conservative construction industry, becoming a mass production line. This is what we're looking at. We're looking at a case where you can actually take this technology, not just build one, but build several. in a very intelligent way. Next slide, please. And so the key components that makes the use of this technology advantageous are speed. Speed is important. Speed allows you as an investor put your money down and as quickly as possible reap that revenue or reap the return on investment as quickly as possible. The less use of materials, because only the amount of material that is precisely needed is what this machine will lay down. And of course, less labor. I've had discussions with people here in Africa where we've looked at the labor significance of using this technology. So labor is very cheap in Africa, so it doesn't matter. But we have other aspects of labor that allows this technology come into play. The construction industry is a very muscle industry. It's an industry where the labor we need on site is muscle labor. So you get to a certain age where you're no longer required in the construction industry, even though you come with a lot of experience. So what this technology allows you to do is to transit from a position where you use a lot of muscle to where you use brain power to build. It also allows the female folk to come into the construction industry and perform. And of course, the ability to build relatively complex architectural works. This technology allows you to do that. It's eco-friendly, and of course, reduction in injuries that we find in the construction industry. In the construction industry, there's a lot of injuries, human injuries. You can significantly cut this down by bringing this technology on site. The good thing about it is that the amount of people you need on the construction site can significantly reduce. With this technology, you only need 3 people on your construction site. You need your CAD engineer who drives the machine. You need your materials engineer who ensures that the pumps that pump material from a silo or a reservoir to the print head is moving unobstructed, and you need a structural engineer to make sure that all the parts or all the materials that have been laid down as you build your building, that those materials conform to all kinds of engineering requirements. And so from a comparative point of view, where your savings mainly come from, when you look at the entire value chain within your construction field, land, permits, materials used in building of the superstructure, the fittings, the finishing, when you look at all these cost components and you insert this technology within your costing, the key areas where you see significant reductions are in material and in labor. And those reductions are significant. They really are. To the point where you can cut down, when you compare your conventional building, you can cut down by up to 50% in cost. That is a lot. And this is what this technology offers. Next slide, please. Now, when you look at the industry globally, as I said, it's still the technology is young, and so its use within the construction industry is also quite young. But we already have a space that is populated by all kinds of groups. Groups working on the machine manufacturing, groups working on the materials manufacturing like Lafarge, groups working on the software that is used in driving this technology on the construction site. So I've put up these companies to give you a sense of where they are, who they are, and which fields they are working on. There's still a lot of work to be done, and I think we'll get there at some point. Next slide, please. So globally, 3D printed houses exist essentially on all continents as we speak today. In Denmark, the company which Lafarge partners with, Cobod, they are the machine builders. We also have a partnership with them. They've built the first 3D printed house in Europe. We have houses now printed in Italy using earth, mud. We have houses in Russia, in Germany, of course. We have the first family-built 3D printed house existing in Germany. In France, in the USA. Next slide, please. In the USA, in Belgium, in India. Next slide, please. In China, in the UAE. Next slide, please. In Saudi Arabia and in Malawi, which is the first encounter this technology has had in the construction industry within our continent. The next slide, please. Next slide, please. Good. So what does this technology hold for us beyond today and beyond? Beyond today, what we can do with it is that the transformation we expect to find also in the construction industry could start. We already have software tools, the so-called BIM, the Building Information Management tool used in the construction industry that allows you have a complete overview of from the idea to the point where you actually have a finished product. You check on your costs, the amount of material used, the timing, the scheduling. This tool, the insertion of 3D printing technology within this tool will revolutionize that sector. It will allow you approach a client, say to the client, this is what I want to build. The client says to you, this is what I want to build. You interface with the client on a computer surface. The client is able to scale the land which they've bought to the architectural work. It allows the client to have all kinds of optical understanding of the architectural work they want to have built up, the simulation work, the time it would actually take to be able to build that structure, the amount of materials that are needed, the renderings, gives the client a completely new experience about the project work or the project work they're trying to build up with you. It allows the client to understand what's happening on site without being physically on site, and of course, it allows the client to have a first-hand understanding of what it will be like to have their own house. So this is where we are. We're at the point where the data that is generated from the architectural studio to the data that is generated on the construction site gives the client and that gives our economy a completely new experience. We've heard, for my conclusion, next slide please. Next slide please, good. So we've heard that the affordable housing gap is widening and that bridging that gap is difficult. I don't want to debate over the numbers. Whatever the numbers are, we have a problem. We have an affordable housing gap, and that has to be bridged somehow. Using conventional manufacturing methods, we cannot easily bridge it. So we definitely need a technology that will come and speed up that process of bridging this up. In terms of cost, this technology would allow not just those in the middle income class, but also those in the low income class to be able to own their own building as well. So my appeal to you as a community involved, deeply involved in the construction sector, bring this technology not just into the Nigerian construction world, but look at Africa. You are industrial heavyweights. Go beyond Nigeria. Adopt this technology and see yourselves do something unique for our continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. We'll leave time for questions at the end of it.
Okay, thank you.
Take your seat. Thank you. Our next speaker is sitting right to my left, Mr. Babajide Odusholu. Yeah, it's you next. He's MD, CEO of Octo5 Real Estate.
Good morning, everybody. All protocols duly observed. Unlike the two gentlemen before me, I'm not selling 3D technology. I think I'm more coming from the user's perspective. And the first thing I just want to observe is this. Construction technology is of critical importance. We're all avoiding the big question of what is our actual demand gap. But I don't care whether you call it 17 million, or as the Honorable Minister from Ghana said, where they have 2 million, or you call it 2 million. It doesn't matter what you call it. The fact is we have a crisis. In Nigeria today, and my Oga, Reverend Chima, is here, I doubt there's anybody who's building up to 100,000 houses a year, government included. The maximum production per year in Nigeria is not up to 100,000 homes. And whether you believe it or not, the real demand will keep growing because 50% of our population is under 21. They're going to grow up, they're going to have kids. They're going to want homes. So it doesn't matter what you think the actual number is, it is a crisis. Now, the only way you can fix a crisis is a quantum leap. You've got to find solutions that make it possible for you to transcend the gaps that you have. And in order to do that, one of the things I always avert my mind to is to dimension the actual real demand. Now, what is a real demand in Nigeria for homes? Every research that we've gone through right now points to the fact that 45% of the home demands in Nigeria are for mass affordable homes. And these are homes priced not higher than $10,000. put it, to each understand what I'm using for my dollar rate, I'm using 500 to 1. So the maximum price point for 50%, roughly 50% of the homes that we need in this country is 5 million naira. Okay, that's $10,000. The next large gap is the middle market, where the vast majority of the working professionals in Nigeria, and if you discount for underemployment, discount for unemployment, we're talking of roughly about 30 million Nigerians who are in paid employment or working for themselves. The average, the 40% of the demand for homes is for that class of people. Now, these people would buy homes priced between $12,000 to $50,000. You're talking 6 to 25 million naira. I'm talking affordable homes. Now, when I say affordable, I'm not talking social housing. I'm talking homes that they can afford to buy conveniently. And we're all practitioners here, and I'm glad to have my Oga, the MD of FMBN here also. They've got money. My other Oga, Femi Adewale, is also in the room. I call them my Ogas because they're the ones that dictate the tune. You know who pays the piper. You know, so they pay, and these are the prices, these are the houses that they want people to buy. Then the last category is where you have 15% of the demand, which are premium homes. These people don't care about the price, really. They just care about the quality. We're not talking about them here. So if I'm looking for solutions that will make it possible for me to take care of 85% of the market demand, then I've got to ask myself, what do I need to do? Now, incidentally, factor into that urbanization rate in Nigeria is 55%. It means everywhere is getting urbanized. And then with the increased insecurity also, the urban centers are becoming more and more populated. So everywhere is getting choked up, and it is going to get more choked up. It is a fact of life. So it means that when you're building in the urban centers, you're not going to be doing sprawls. You're not doing bungalows. I'm sorry. You're going to have to scale up. You're going to have to go vertical. So it means any solution that you're putting in place has to be something that creates efficient, quality, vertical homes that are affordable. So you go to market with that kind of shopping list, then you then ask yourself, okay, what are the constraints that the market then gives you that makes it difficult to apply? Now, this is not a plug, but I commend Lafarge a whole lot, because they've been very bullish on coming up with solutions in the industry. I've worked with them on the past, and I was really impressed with what they come here with 3D technology, because the last project I did with them, we used formwork to do homes, because we're trying to do 4-story homes. I wanted to do it so fast, and we're using formwork to do the homes. And that's when I realized that in the whole of the Southwest, there were only, this is crazy, there were only 4 concrete pumps. So if you're doing a 5-story building, you actually wait on a waiting list, because they can supply you concrete, but you can't pump the concrete because the pumps are not there. So that's when I realized that the problems we have, the peculiar problems that are in our society, in our environment, that you've got to fix before you can begin to come up with this great concept that we're talking about. And whatever you're coming up with has to be solutions that are also sustainable in the reality of the environment. Now, I'm going to have a lot of questions for the 2 gentlemen, Brando, right? And my brother here that spoke about 3D printing. The thing that kept on going in my head is power. If I'm going to deploy, Reverend Chima, you can agree with me. If I'm going to deploy these machines in Mamusa or in Kuje or on the outskirts of Lagos Ibadan Expressway, how much power do I need? How am I going to truck them there? How am I going to make sure that by the time they get there, the actual print heads are not broken? Then I've got to go back to Sweden and wait for customs to clear them, to bring it. There are peculiar issues that we're going to have to fix here to make sure that the solutions that we put in place are actually adaptable and scalable. Hydrofoam has been working in Nigeria for well over 15 years. They've not been able to scale. And the reason they've not been able to scale, one of the things I always tell people, people ask me, why don't you use hydrofoam? I say, because to use hydrofoam, I've got to have earth. I've got to have massive earth. And it's just not scalable. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to demarcate any solution. It's just not scalable. I'm going to still have to do concrete. And if I'm going to do concrete, I've got to come up with concrete that is cheap. So the solutions must be designed to reflect the realities of the local environment. Then, I then ask myself, and I'm going to round up here. So what are the key trigger points I think we need to factor in as we begin to talk about scale? Reverend Chima is going to be taking the next panel, and he's going to be talking about collaboration. The fact of the matter is that we're all small players. I said this to my brother, the MD of UPDC, before this meeting. I said, all of us, when you take your entire balance sheet and dollarize it, you realize you're a small player. All of us. Yet, we're sitting on a massive market. The Nigerian home market is probably the largest untapped frontier anywhere in the world. It is. It is easily a $20 billion market opportunity. Real market opportunity. But then, how do we unlock it? The first thing we've got to do is we've got to find ways to increase collaboration. I can't do it. None of you can do it alone. Lafarge certainly can't do it alone. We've got to come up with increased collaboration. We've got to put aside our limited focus on our small balance sheets and begin to understand that the only way we can build a real industry is we've got to come together, deploy our collective strengths and capacities, and make it happen. That's the first thing. The second thing is we've got to, once we have that collaboration, we've got to get fiscal concessions. There is no way you can invest in technology without some form of concession. And when we're going to revolutionize the telecom sector, government did that. They gave huge concessions to them. There's no reason why we're not getting concessions. We don't need government money. What we need are fiscal concessions that make it possible for us to invest for the long term. I find it ridiculous that EchoStone applied for pioneering status and were denied. It is ridiculous because they're coming into Nigeria to come and resolve a problem, and they're putting in technology, and there's no reason why they cannot get pioneering status and concessions, and those are the kind of things we need to begin to push with government. Then the third thing is we've got to find ways of unlocking long-term capital. Once we do collaboration and we work across the various sectors and everybody brings in their core strengths, we're able to unlock long-term capital because to unlock this opportunity will require a whole lot more resources than any of us can individually mobilize. Of course, the next thing then is market segmentation. I'm going to round up where I started from. There's no use me printing nice bungalows that are 20 square foot if the people that are going to buy them do not want them. And there's no need me building one-bed apartments, no matter how nice they are, if the people that I'm trying to sell do not want them. We've got to do a proper market segmentation and devise solutions that ensure that whatever technology we're deploying is acceptable to the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dusholu. Our next speaker is, this time is a lady, Engineer Olajumoke Adegunle, Head of Motor Operations at Lafarge.
Good morning, esteemed guests. I'll ask you to permit me to stand on existing protocol. So, Mr. Jide has raised a lot of questions, and I'm sure they'll get answered at the end. But what I want to do is lend my voice to the 3D printing technology to explain it a little bit more for those of us that may still be trying to understand exactly how it works. So what we've seen and what has been explained very well by Prof. Brando and also by Benga Onimo is that we've had a lot of innovation in the world, across the world. And what we're trying to do is bring it into Nigeria. And it is possible. It may take us time. Yes, there will be challenges, power, etc. But it's not going to stop us from trying and seeing how we can tailor to our local market. So 3D printing, as Prof said, is usually referred to as additive manufacturing because you just go over and you try to grow it from there. How does it really work? So basically what we have today are architectural drawings in 2D. And we take it to site and we translate that on site by taking measurements. And already today we have computer-aided design for our drawings. But from all those collaborators that Prof. Brando showed on his slides, there is a different degree to computer-aided design to allow 3D printing. So these computer-aided designs are translated by a software and communicated to a robot. Basically, it's a robot. If I take us back to our printer that we're used to, 2D printer, we have a cartridge that has ink in it. When the ink is done, you can't print, you buy a new cartridge. The ink in that cartridge is what you use in printing, which is your mortar or your concrete. So many of us here know enough about concrete. Concrete is cement, sand, gravel as we call it, water, and sometimes you put chemicals to achieve what you want to achieve. While mortar does not have the big stones, the gravel, the aggregates. So, of course, we can imagine these mortar and concrete is not the typical one we mix on site, which is why a Lafarge Innovation Center and similar companies are involved. They are specially mixed to allow you get the kind of flow you need to get through a robotic arm. So in the video, we saw something moving back and forth. This will be a real-life cartridge for printing a home. So computer-aided design translated and transmitted to a robot, and the robot knows the design you're trying to achieve and goes back and forth, laying your mortar or concrete to achieve your wall, and it goes back and forth while lifting itself higher and higher till you get your wall. That is what we're talking about to achieve this 3D printing. So all these different factors make it possible. First, your computer-aided design, your software translating it, your robots, and we saw there are robot manufacturers, your mortar or concrete mix, which Lafarge is doing, and of course, your location where you need to make this happen and all the workmen and skills that are related to that. So, as a group, we've spent a lot of time on this because of our expertise. We've been over a century long in making cement across the world. We've spent decades gaining concrete expertise on concrete technologies. Those who know us know that whatever concrete you need, you come to us, we can do it. We have that expertise. And more recently, in Nigeria especially, we've started to do mortar. So what we're trying to do as a company is take us in Nigeria from the traditional way of doing construction. And we've been doing this progressively in Lafarge for the 60 years we've been present in this market. Take us from site mix to something that is more modern, which is pre-mix. We've done that in ready-mix concrete. We're present in Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and any special site we are asked to be dedicated to a project, we do that. And presently, we're doing that for mortar. And we started a tile adhesive where we've mixed it for you. As a customer, you just buy, add water, and do your tiling on site. We train tilers on how to apply for those who do not know how to apply. This has been a constant trend in Lafarge, innovation. And we sell that product across the country, and we want to do more. We want to have plasters, we want to have screeds, and all this will prepare us for something like 3D technology, because eventually we will produce that ink in this country and we'll print those houses in this country. Thank you. So this is our vision, this is what we've been working on, and this is where we are now with 3D printing. So when we come here with these presentations, please know it may not be ready right now. It may take us time, but for us, the vision is to achieve that and to make it a reality in Nigeria as it is already in other parts of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Jumoke. Next speaker is also from Lafarge, Engineer Femi Yusuf. He's the head of Product, Technical, and Innovation.
Broken the protocol. I'll have to find it. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to also stand on existing protocol. Thank you so much for having us here today. I think the discussion this morning is actually quite apt and very important because for several years, other industries have progressed. substantially in the use of new materials, technology, and the general way of doing things. So the question has always been thrown at the built industry to say, what do we have? And it's sometimes a little bit worrying, considering the fact that we have a lot of research going on, but the gap has always been to move from the lab to the field and also to scale and commercialize. So I will take more about what we have and try to go as quickly as possible into how we can adapt this to what we have today. So there will be 3D printing, reuse of materials, formwork, cement design for specific components, composite materials, mortar, and precast tiles. And interestingly, some of these have already been done, and they are working. So when you look at concrete, which we produce in Lafarge Africa, there is a need for more adoption of this, so that because that will ensure you have better quality control, quality assurance, and it's going to have an impact on reduction of building collapse. What you're having on site, on most construction sites these days, is concrete mixed with various ratios and the impact of water. At the end of the day, the quality of concrete is not good. And when a slab is designed for a C20 concrete, it's mixed on site. What is actually a C12, the reinforcement you have placed works with a C20 concrete, so you're already having a problem. And then the durability is closely linked to the strength or the characteristic strength of concrete. So that's why we're beginning to see very quickly houses that were built in the 60s and early 70s are still standing, while you have houses that are built in the 80s and late 80s are already showing very serious signs of weakness, and some of them are coming down. So we have to look into that very, very seriously. There is a debate about the use of formwork. I would like to sound a note of warning that we should not totally discard this. I think we're getting to a stage whereby a lot of these novel technologies will become like solutions that you can adapt depending on the project you are going to embark on. Still formwork, we could find out that if you are handling a project where the number of houses may be between 10 and 20 or 50, it's become very useful. But beyond that, maybe it's a bit of a struggle. So I will still like us to look at this technology. We've used it, we've applied it, it works. And all technologies have challenges. If you don't have the challenge, you don't innovate, you don't improve, and it doesn't get better. And if you listen to a lot of the very good innovators, they always advise that you should not wait until you get it right. Once you have a concept and there's an aspect of it that is working, you move. You use the agile method, so once you have a deliverable that you can push out, you push it out. You may be in your lab and someone outside will be able to advise you on something that works, and then it gets better. So now there's another area where it's interesting. We seem to already have the solution, but interestingly, we've not thought about it. We have specific types of cement, and it's sort of general. But if we ask ourselves, when you break a building into its specific components, you'll be shocked to know that there are components that just require a type of cement, which Lafarge is blazing the trail now by bringing out mortar. And with that, your application is faster, and you have cost competitiveness. So that's an area that will help us. The other is composite materials. We do a lot of traditional work. You do your concrete or it's steel. But composite materials bring the power of using the strength of one material in another, and then you reduce member sizes, and you may be able to go a lot taller. And it's not as complicated as we think. You take a ribbed slab, for example. In a ribbed slab, you can achieve much wider spans. But what it's doing is that it's reducing the traditional void of your slab, so your typical thickness of beams of 230 by 450 may not be necessary. So you have reduced material, you have reduced, you also have some construction speed there, depending on how you look at it. So these are things that are already available. So what we then need to do is apply it more. I as a construction professional, I do as much of it as possible, so I'm a small advocate of new technology and application, but I believe we need to talk about this more. We need to apply more of this. on larger projects. And like I said, Lafarge keeps blazing the trail. And then you have one other material that is very interesting, used a lot in Lagos, that's the precast tiles. When it first came in, there was a lot of skepticism. And what I like about the history of these precast tiles is that it's following the same trend and pattern like the new technology. So when it first came on board, people were like, let it just be used in a typical compound. It should not be used on roads because we are not sure it will work. And before you knew it, it was used on estate roads. Before you knew it, it was used on state roads that are carrying 40-tonner, 50-tonner trucks. Thank you, sir. I will round up in 2 minutes because I still have to touch on that 3D a little bit. So it's important that we open up to this new technology. Now, for 3D printing, my position and my view is that we need to move into the manufacturing circle, like cars, like phones, and where the construction has to move into that. Whatever technology we have now that will allow us to move into that, we'll have to collaborate, the research, with the industry, designers, and move that technology as fast as possible. What's beautiful about this is that it has been used to build all the typical kinds of buildings that we need. So the next phase should be, okay, if we are going to scale this up, what are the challenges and how can we resolve those challenges? Thank you very much. Thank you for taking that.
Thank you, Engineer. Before I call on the next speaker, which will be Mr. Dangiwa, Architect Dangiwa, I'd like to just quickly take you back. 5 speakers have spoken, so let me just refresh your mind. I laid out 4 criteria for the building of the future, whether it's infrastructure, if it's houses, and let's see to what extent these have been covered. I heard from Engineer Onimowu that the materials are eco-friendly, the green buildings. I heard about material quality being improved. I heard about recycling of the waste, flexible and scalable. I heard about other aspects of the materials that improve upon the current way that we're using materials, and of course improve on the waste. Prof. Okolo, in describing 3D printing as additive manufacturing, went through other features of it, including the speed that it brings, the impact on labor, the eco-friendliness, the safety on site. Remember that, safety on site, we often forget these things. He also indicated that it would have impact on materials and labor, as much as reducing the costs by as much as 50%. In terms of the future, the transformation that would take place would result in what we can find in a build environment where we have this building information management, which is completely computer-driven and allowing you to really bring down the number of people on site. Not always a good thing in an environment like ours, but we can find other ways and retrain people to be able to do the new ways of doing things. It reminds me of an old adage we used to call WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get. This time you can actually see from the drawings to the delivery of the buildings being the same. Can I say also, when Octo 5 came to speak, Jide really brought home the real dimension of the requirements and the demand. 45% demand is for lower housing. That is every demand in the sector. Houses below 10,000, 40 houses below 15,000. I'm talking dollars now. When you put those together, that's 85% of the market. The rest is where everyone is focusing, 15%. We need to retune our minds to focus where we ought to. He spoke about urbanization, and hopefully sometime tomorrow we'll be able to bring some more light to that. He spoke about the problems of power. RE, renewable energies, might help us deliver on power even in remote locations. And there's also some BEEC, Nigeria National Building Energy Efficiency Codes, which I would refer to at some other point in time. We have other local solutions. We spoke about the importance of collaboration, of concessions from the fiscal perspective. He also spoke about the need to be long-term. We are always very myopic in our thinking. The Chinese, I tend to make this expression a lot, the Chinese think in terms of 200-year horizon when they're planning. And when they're implementing, they reduce it to a 100-year horizon, and they keep rolling it forward. So if we are to compete in the world of tomorrow, we need to extend our horizon in everything that we do. Jumoke spoke about the specialist materials, how CAD and software and robots are now playing a part in, and how they're moving to the next phase of concrete mixing and pre-mixing to drive the speed that industry needs. The last engineer that just spoke, Engineer Yusuf, spoke about composite materials, and he spoke about formwork while raising a question mark about it, but we need to adapt the technology to our environment. So that was just to give you a perspective of what was being covered in the session to date. At the moment, I'm going to invite Architect Dangiwa to speak on the financial. I believe you're speaking on the financial aspects, aren't you? Yeah, and delivery of housing. So, Architect Dangiwa, MD, CEO of Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the last presentation. It was very interesting for us in affordable housing delivery to Nigerians. I wish Mr. Festus will invite them for the next housing show to do their stand here with the 3D presentation. That will be good for us to see, honestly. So I was to make a presentation yesterday quite well on housing finance in post-COVID-19 era, lessons and opportunities for emerging markets. I had to travel yesterday to come back yesterday, but I couldn't because we had a meeting with the governor of Kano State till 2 a.m. for their return to National Housing Fund. And yesterday morning, the weather couldn't allow any flights to fly till late night. I'm sorry for that. Thank you very much. I think if I can, am I supposed to take that same paper as of yesterday?
I think it's on this.
Okay, thank you. Already, yes. Right. Thank you very much. The paper quite well is on the housing finance post-COVID-19, the lessons and opportunities for the emerging markets. What you need to know is that the paper will capture the COVID-19 pandemic where we are currently, the global perspective and the Nigerian perspective, the responses to the COVID-19 pandemic and the impact on housing, then the lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic for emerging economies, and the conclusion, of course. So my first, that one is we'll have to look at the global, because since it emerged in December 2019, the COVID-19 pandemic has been dramatic change in life, as we know, both in the economics and health system. But we have to know that the economies and health system are seeing the signs of recovery with the vaccinations in the first half of the 2021. The efforts are open now for the upcoming economies to start life under the new normal. However, as you quite well know that the concerns are rising due to the third wave of the COVID-19, which is driven by the virulent Delta variant of the COVID-19, which we learned is more devastating. But the pertinent questions we need to being asked now are that when will there be an end to this pandemic? How effective will the vaccinations be against the future strains and variants? I've had my 2 shots on the vaccine, but someone was telling me I have to be careful with the third variant because it might be more devastating. It may not even recognize the vaccine. So we have to keep praying. And how soon will we see some of the semblance of stability of the global economy, and what will be the long-term impact of COVID-19 on health and the economies of the nations? So for Nigeria, since we have looked at the global, for Nigeria, thankfully the health impact relatively mild in sub-Saharan Africa and Nigeria as a whole, both locally in Nigeria. I think we are one of the luckiest nations or the luckiest race in the world. However, the socio-economic impact has seen a devastating, particularly for Nigeria, because we suffered twin shocks. Because apart from the shocks of the COVID-19, there's a fall in the national revenues arising from the Russian-Saudi oil war, price war in the 2020. So Nigerian economy slipped back into recession, and by mid-2020, following the slight recovery from the 2016 financial crisis. However, we are very optimistic economically because the outlook for 2022 after the rebound of the last quarter of 2020, you will see some semblance. From the graph, you can see that the GDP has dived down after 2020, then it started rising. So also the real GDP also rose, and then that of the CPI, which is a consumer protection index, and the budget balance has also been rising, with the current account, which is also rising to that level. The policy response, if you look at the responses of the COVID-19 pandemic and the impact on housing, the first one is the policy response to COVID-19. Apart from the lockdowns and restrictions in movements, government across the globe has taken fiscal monetary policies to address the economic fallout of the pandemic. In Nigeria in particular, the combination of government and CBN initiatives are that of the fiscal measures and then the monetary measures. For the fiscal measures, there is a revision of the budgetary targets, including the 550 billion naira COVID-19 intervention fund. All agencies and ministries were asked during the pandemic to reduce their budget downwards by almost 30%. There's also 150 billion naira support for subnational entities. There's a conditional cash transfers to 3.6 million households through social register that has taken place at that time. There's a business wage support where some small businesses were supported in order to pay their wages for their own staff who were unable to move out during the pandemic. And we also have the public works programs. For the monetary measures, there is a forbearance on the interventions, loans by reduction of interest rates from 9% to 5%. There's also reduction of monetary and policy rates. There's a proposed injection of 3.6 trillion into the banking sector to support the health with 100 billion naira, manufacturing 1.2 trillion, or 2 trillion, and the real estate of 1.5 trillion. That's a creation of 50 billion naira target facility, and of course, the currency devaluation. Another response is the under actions on the housing sector, which is more particular to this, is there were quick interventions for rental and mortgage composites of the housing sector by most national governments. Particularly we in the mortgage sector, we gave our own concessions to those who could not pay their own mortgages. Concessions were given to them if there are enough reasons to know that. On the real markets, we have suspended evictions were also suspended because you cannot evict somebody during the COVID-19 so you cannot go out to fend for himself. So at that time, there is the suspensions of evictions, extended rental contracts, there is rent freezes, and even rent subsidies were given at that time. The mortgage debt markets were also not affected in the housing sector, which is the mortgage forbearance, the foreclosure suspension, because the time you suspend evictions, you have to do that as well. Then the mortgage repayment support and tax difference. Other impact which is worth noting is the impact of response and actions of house prices. Because house prices appreciate in most developed countries in 2021 currently. In US up to 13%, in Canada 7%, and kept on going, Australia 6%, and year on 23% in New Zealand and 9.5% in UK. But caution must be taken as exercise to avoid the reliefs and the interventions resulting in long-term market distortions, because housing price bubbles as a result of interest rate mitigations for tax exemptions and withdrawal of rental housing. From this one, the graph, you can see that the impact is there, then the relief measures are there, and the possible long-term distortions are all enumerated, as I said earlier. Then if you go to the real response of the impact, we need to go to the lessons learned, since we have discussed about the impact, the responses. The lessons are that affordability for demand-side housing finance will become more critical in the face of falling or outright loss of income going forward. And then there's also the housing needs are changing, the real estate landscape, and need timely response. Because homes have now turned into, they are no longer accommodation living spaces, but they are transforming into workplaces as well as work goes remotely currently during that time. The second group of users who's in the age bracket of 25 to 35 years will drive the new dynamics of housing needs either as renters or home buyers. Because those age brackets, they have more different demands currently. Within the Nigerian market, real estate developers already are witnessing preferential of smaller or more compact and functional spaces like studio houses and two-bedroom flats. Existing large properties are being remodeled to offer shared or temporary accommodation, especially in the upscale areas to make rising property prices more affordable. The other lesson is that technology and innovation, which you all know, with the technology of this 3D during the COVID-19, it will make a lot of impact at that. For FMBN, as we quite well know that Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, we have embarked on adoption of core banking solutions and that technology. And during the economic, there was a national economic sustainability program by the federal government of Nigeria at that time, which appointed the vice president to be the chairman of that. Institutions were encouraged to make an impact, especially create jobs and ensure that they reduce poverty and they reduce the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic at that time. FMBN was not left out to the production of 5,000 housing units. We have to fund 5,000 housing units with 40 billion naira in order to reduce the effect of COVID. The contract for this has been awarded. Most developers have already on site for these ones. So in the conclusion aspect of it, you'll find that the impact of COVID-19 pandemic has been devastating to health and economic life of countries, including the emerging economies which face additional economic challenges arising from poor fundamentals. But after a general lull, the real estate sector is experiencing a rise or is experiencing an uptick. And the more preferred destination of investments, shunning the more volatile money and quality of market in most economies as evidenced in the rising property prices. This positive trend, however, implies more pressure on achieving affordability and accessibility for the medium and low income market as macroeconomic indicators turn negative. The need for government interventions to stabilize economics and housing markets remain paramount in the near future, despite the risk of rising price bubbles. Despite this, opportunities exist for growing housing market in emerging economies by public and private sector initiatives that key into emerging trends and preferences and integrating innovative technologies and practices. That's why I found this presentation by the last presenters on 3D technology very interesting. The other questions, which I'm sure people will ask a lot of questions when it comes to that. How affordable are they and how could they be deployed to the low-income segment of the market of the housing? Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Architect Dangiwa. From your presentation, I picked up a couple of things. I see the changing needs for housing and the changing dynamics of and requirements of the new class of homeowners going forward for the future. And I see in it, from a financing perspective, the need for new risks, new models of financing, and really new ways of looking at the investors, of looking at the buyers, of looking at the developers, of looking at the market. We no longer have the market of yesterday. The market of the future has completely different dynamics. Octo 5, Ejide in his presentation, drew attention to that. Now I open up for a few minutes to take questions for the presenters. Please keep it short. We'd rather you ask a question than make a comment. Yeah.
So please, if you have a question, can you signify by raising your hand?
Yes, there's a gentleman on that end.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nasir Ibrahim from Black Orchard. An interesting presentation that will have an impact on the construction industry. But I'm wondering, similar to the presentation of architect Giwa regarding the impact of COVID on the global economy. Usually governments, if they want to stimulate the economy, they go into construction worldwide. Everybody will agree with that. I'm wondering if the use of 3D printing will have an effect on creating jobs. When you go with robots and things like that, they have the tendency to eliminate the numerous number of people that are working in the construction industry. So I don't know if Lafarge have thought of the impact of going with technology to the detriment of the labor that is being generated by the construction industry. Thank you.
We can take another question before I pass it over. Anyone else? Okay, I'd like Professor Okolo to first of all respond to that question from the perspective of the...
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Someone has a question.
Okay, please, go ahead.
Engineer F.O. Abonawo is my name from Asaba, Ministry of Housing. From the presentation of this 3D construction method, I discovered that while we're going to go on high-rise buildings, what provision for stability of the building? Because in our conventional constructions, there is this provision for reinforcement. We talk about reinforcement area. So I want to see, the question is what provision is to be made or to be included in order for it to be stable, such structures. Because from the engineer who presented first, and the first analogy, I saw the additive remodeling, everything to the point of the roofing, even for the story structure. So what aspect or what type of thing are they thinking of, or technology that can strengthen the building just the way the reinforcement does? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we can take one more? One more? Okay, if not, sorry, there's a gentleman here. Are the ladies all happy with the presentation? I'd like to see a lady raise question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Khalid Lawal from Greenland Concepts. With respect to the 3D innovation, we all know the emerging market is going towards that path, but the main question will be the affordability. What is the comparison in terms of costs? We have the block, the mortar components for the traditional building. What is the comparison in terms of costs to the 3D printing? Thank you.
Right. Okay, so Professor, as you answer the first question, I'd like you to respond specifically to the aspect you said 3 people on site can deliver on the construction. So what's the impact, adverse impact on the jobs market?
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions. In terms of the adoption of this technology within the labor market, fact is, jobs will be lost, but new jobs will be created as well. In my presentation, I already talked about the fact that the construction sector is a muscle-driven sector, the way we see it today, and you cannot keep competing on muscles. At some point, brain power takes over, and we need to start getting our people to the point where brain power takes over. Brain power generates more income. This is a fact. So the concept of jobs are lost, jobs are gained as well. The the marketability of our labor force increases as well. It has to do with retraining the labor population we have. I just give an example. In Germany, one of the things that happened as a result of COVID was that pilots lost their jobs. We have about almost over 500 million pilots existing in Germany. Out of that number, more than half of them have lost their jobs. And part of the things they've done is to go to look for new employment possibilities. Pilots are good managers. Some of them are being retrained to do new things. It is also the same for the construction industry. Once a new technology comes, certain jobs disappear, new jobs come up. Today, we don't have secretaries as we used to know them 30 years ago, because the director, the managers, they all use their laptops. They use their phones to do new things. The secretary, as we know it, is lost, basically, or the typist, as we know it, is lost. The evolution of our labor environment has to be appreciated. This is all I can say about this.
Prof, I can also think of young people being able to develop the software and the programs that would drive this industry going forward. So it's not all on the negative side. Yeah. Thank you. Anyone else from, yeah, okay, please, engineer.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm very much aligned to what the prof said. You know, we definitely, there'll be new opportunities, like you said, in the software and engineering part. But again, to be honest, we also need to also prioritize, you know, take things one at a time, you know. Deliver the housing, let people have shelter, very important, and the other things will follow. And I know the government is doing a lot also in terms of empowering people in other areas to create sustainable jobs. So, yeah.
All right. Okay, to the second question. Mr. Dufil, do you want to say something?
The only thing I have to add to that is, and I actually disagree about jobs being lost. So the prof is right. We're a muscle-driven society right now. We need to become a skill-driven industry. We have huge deficits when it comes to finishing specialties. We don't have, most of our masons can become master tilers, but they don't need to scale up right now because it's easy to just be laying blocks. The minute we begin to go with technology, all the skill levels have to go up. Once the skill level goes up, the earning capacity also increases. So I believe that in the end, it's a win-win, not a loss win.
Thank you. Second question.
Yeah, so I think the second question asked Engineer Yusuf, that was talking about...
Yeah, the tensile strength
yes.
and the concrete durability.
Yeah, for the second question, it was actually talking about stability of the building as you go up. So, and stability for anything with a spine is a function of lateral wind load, or where you have earthquake issues. But we're very lucky. Nigeria has a very low seismicity band, even though there's a lot of serious look at that because we're beginning to see light tremors here and there. But for the for typical areas where you're looking at wind loading, what you're going to have for your G+1 is that the mortar will have areas that will also be reinforced to take your lateral wind loading. Now, if you're going to go higher than that, you now then have to think of your typical shell wall that is designed to resist lateral forces. So that will be embedded within your building. But what is interesting about what we are seeing is that your printer is a typical steel frame, and then you have the printer head that is printing the walls. Now, if you're going to go higher, you then need your steel frame to be taller before you print the wall for the next floor. But then you have to put, stability is a key component of any structural frame. So what you do is that you put in your elements that will resist lateral forces before you do your next floor. So that will be your construction sequence. But when you compare this with the traditional form of construction, you are still going to be faster. And like what I was saying when I was talking about the use of composite materials, there's a lot of power in 3D printing that we have not even deployed yet. Because right now, we're still looking at, let us even get things right. For example, the walls, what we are seeing, you are talking of a 20 megapascal wall. So right now, to be safe, what we are doing is using, even for the ground floor buildings, we're still using very light steel members. We're not loading the wall as it is. So we're still using very light steel members just to check to be sure that everything is fine. The next phase is you load that wall. Once we are happy with the trial, with the modeling in the lab and on the computer, when you get to your G+1, you are now be talking about precast floor slabs. So you're going to have a faster speed of construction, and you're going to have a lot of efficiencies. So the question is fantastic. It's actually apt, and it's going to incorporate your standard procedure for structural design, but it's going to allow you the flexibility of looking at composite material, of also reducing the cost of construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Yusuf. And to the third question, any other panelists? We're wrapping up. Can you just repeat your third question again, please? The gentleman that right there. Okay, affordability. Yeah, the cost. So I think, yeah.
Okay, thanks. I mean, interesting. You know, again, if I bring it down home to Africa, you know, we're just starting this, and we're developing and learning as we go. But if you recall what I showed you in the example we've done in Malawi, in terms of materials, efficiency, we're talking 60% savings. And, you know, we're saying, you know, if you look at the traditional way of building, really that's where materials, labor, those are huge cost drivers. And this technology actually helps you to bring this down. And I think this was actually also reinforced by the prof when you mentioned also. So definitely, I can't put a number to it yet, but there's definitely some good savings that will come. Okay, Femi.
Just on the savings as well, there's an aspect of the savings. I was having a chat with Benga, I think, over the weekend, that when we get into the actual construction, this bit about the time you gain and the reduction in waste of material, I won't be surprised if we already have a few people doing a research on it. But right now, we cannot put numbers to it, but I can guarantee you there's a lot of savings there, which over time, data will show us what's actually being saved. And this hits the bottom line of a typical contractor. So I wouldn't like us to look at savings just from the savings we are making on the frame, but let's look at the overall holistic picture and the impact it is making. Yeah.
The fact that we're able to scale up is also going to add to the savings. Prof, do you have some more remarks?
Yeah, I just want to say something about the structural strength of the printed houses. The good thing is that all the work that is done physically is first of all done in simulation. And oftentimes the agreement between your simulation result and what actually comes out is really, really good. So we have a case where any structure that is 3D printed is rigorously analyzed using computer tools or computational tools, and the data comes out well. Today, with 3D printing, we cannot go beyond the 4th floor today, anywhere. We cannot go beyond the 4th floor. And the simulation work that makes that possible is sound and solid. If it could be done in Germany, where we have very strict building codes, then it's possible. The next point I just wanted to say is the cost savings part of it. In terms of cost savings, if you think about the waste we have in our construction sites today, it is horrendous. You have a tipper of blocks come in, about 10% of them are destroyed. You don't have that in 3D printing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And just to also add, if I look at it also from the financial point of view, we've been talking of, you know, funding for this. So imagine you pick up facility to develop,
Once you can do that faster, you can turn it over faster yourself, and at the end of the day, your overall cost of funding is reduced. So I think, like Femi mentioned, it's holistic. There's so many areas we can bring it all together.
Yeah, I'd like to thank our presenters for their very engaging session. And I'd like to also let you know that tomorrow there is a session on prop tech. So that's sort of beginning to push the frontiers of what we can do in this sector. So please, the first session tomorrow, I hope it will be the first session, but one of the sessions tomorrow will be covering that. So thank you very much, and I hand over now to the organizers. I think the custom is to have a group photograph. So if the photographers are close by, just 30 seconds to have a group photograph, quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them. Thank you very much. Please keep clapping till they get to their seats. The speaker, Mr. Gbenga Onimo, said there is need for more housing. And I would dare say that there is need for more affordable housing in our country, Nigeria. I speak for thousands of civil servants in this country. Affordable housing is something that we need. Do you agree with me? Please, a round of applause for them once again. And also, one of them says, we are in a crisis and we need solutions. Most definitely. Mr. Babajide Odusolu says, the only way we can build a real and big industry is coming together. And that's why we are here today. We have come together, and we need to work together to ensure that that happens in the nearest future. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please help me celebrate them. We are going into our next session, and this one is focused on building support for the affordable housing agenda through collaboration. Please help me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite to the stage the chairman, Reverend Surveyor Ugochukwu Chime, GMD Copen Group. Please, a round of applause for him as he makes his way to his seat. He is the chairman for this session. Our VIP speakers for this session are, first on the list, Odunayo Ojo, Managing Director, UPDC. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I go on, I want to recognize the presence of Ambassador Ali Magashi, Nigeria's ambassador to South Korea. Please, a round of applause for him. Please, let us recognize his presence. You're welcome, sir. Also, help me recognize the presence of Mr. Tony Ayinde, the President, Nigeria Institute of Town Planners, NITP. Please, a round of applause for him. He's also here with Mr. Atebije Nathaniel, First National Vice President, NITP. You're welcome, sir. Also, help me celebrate Mr. Steve Onu, past president of the NITP. A round of applause for him. Professor Kingsley Oboy, Professor of Urban Planning, University of Nigeria, Enugu campus. Please help me recognize his presence. We go back to our speakers. I understand that we have online Toke Benson, Special Advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Housing. Do we have her online? Okay, not yet. Please help me recognize the presence, ladies and gentlemen, of Sam Odia, CEO, Millard Fuller Housing Foundation, Nigeria. A round of applause for him as he makes his way to his seat. Suleiman Yusuf, CEO, Blue Camel Energy. Suleiman Yusuf. Please, a round of applause. Emmanuel Akinwumi, Principal, Private Sector Specialist, AFDB Group, Abuja. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. And the last but not the least of our VIP speakers for this session, Kemi Olamola Sijuwade, MNI, founder, Greenland Concepts, Nigeria Limited. Please celebrate the only woman in the group. Please keep clapping till she gets to her seat, please. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. I'd like to appreciate and stand on existing protocols and go straight to the issue that we have on hand. The panelists have been introduced, and I'd like to appreciate also that if we can get Toke to be online so that we'll be able to take her at the appropriate time. This particular panel is meant to look at the issue of building support for the affordable housing agenda through collaboration. So many of us are aware of the fact that the real estate industry is a multidisciplinary, multi-sectoral, and multidimensional industry that requires the activities of various stakeholders who work in harmony with one another to be able to deliver the end product of shelter, employment, inclusive socioeconomic growth for our people. And that is why in this session, we're going to look more at how we can be in a position to do just that. Instead of working in silos, we understand that a chain is as strong as its weakest link. And therefore, how do we ensure that the value chain of affordable housing delivery or housing delivery in general is activated to function at premium at each of its activity center, with the result that the whole space will be activized and dynamized to be able to produce the desired result that we want. We'd like to start the session by inviting none other than Odunaya Ojo, the Managing Director of UPDC, to give us his own mind on this very topical issue. We'd like to welcome, can we clap for him as he goes on to be able to share with us? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on the well-established protocols. I want to use this opportunity to say a big thank you to the organizers of this event for inviting me to speak. I also wish to say a very big congratulations and happy birthday to my professor, Professor Nubi, who was celebrated earlier today. So today we are going to be talking about something very important, and that is Mr. Jide and Olisa. We're having a conversation, and we're talking about how small our industry is and how small we are as individual players. Individually, we contribute very little to solving the big problem of affordable housing, but collectively, we can do a lot more, and I think that's the main essence of this subject. When we talk about affordable housing is almost like a hydra-headed problem. This is a problem that is multifaceted and multi-dimensional. One of the key areas of affordability is in its definition. What is affordable housing? What's affordable to Mr. X might not be affordable to Mr. Y. And so it's a function of incomes, primarily. So what is affordable is a function of how much you earn. And given our low levels of income in Nigeria, it becomes a very big challenge to provide affordable housing to the teeming population. Are we still having issues with the presentation? All right, I'll just proceed. So, who needs affordable housing? Affordable housing is everybody's problem. When we talk about affordable housing, we normally want to think about it as a problem for low-income earners. But affordable housing is really and truly everybody's problem, because we all live in a community, and it's a social problem. And if we don't solve the problem of affordable housing, we cannot solve the problem of national development. And so I'll just jump straight to why there's a need for collaboration in the provision of affordable housing. Basically, affordable housing is made more challenging because of certain factors. The access to land is a problem, and the cost of accessing land is a huge problem. There's a huge cost of producing houses, the cost of building materials and construction. There's inadequate access to finance and infrastructure. There are high taxes related to construction. There are fees to pay. There's the problem of the implementation of policies, and there's bureaucracy. We have a problem of skilled manpower and lack of cooperation amongst the different players in the real estate sector. So in order to solve these problems, we need to come together as a group and come together as different players in order to crack this nut. And so I'm going to be discussing the case for collaboration in 3 different areas. One area is collaboration between the public and the private sector, what some people refer to as the public-private partnership collaboration, or what some people know as PPP. The second area I'm going to be talking about is the collaboration among, yes, so if you can go, in fact, I've gone one slide before this. Where, okay, yeah. So here I'm talking about making a case for collaboration. And the first one that I discussed is the issue of the public-private partnership. And I'm going to be discussing that in a little bit more detail shortly. Secondly is the collaboration among the different players in the housing sector. And then thirdly, the collaboration with players in other sectors. So let's go to the next slide. The collaboration between the public and the private sector is very, very important, given that in Nigeria, the government still controls access to land. And the government, whether we like it or not, is still a major player in the provision of housing. And we can collaborate in the sense that we can leverage on the strengths of the government and the strengths of the private sector to deliver affordable housing and to reduce the cost of delivering houses. So on the side of the government, we can see that partnering with government will ensure that we have access to cheap land with good title. We can also bank on the government to waive some fees and charges and taxes, thereby reducing the overall delivery cost of homes. We can also look at fast-track approvals. We all, as developers, know sometimes how long it takes to get building approval, thereby adding to the cost and the complexity of affordable housing. And there are also the provision of strategic partnerships with government agencies and different ministries and offices that are involved in housing delivery. For the private sector can do some things more efficiently in terms of development expertise and bringing development capital and the execution discipline required to deliver affordable housing, where the private sector can really add value. So when these two come together, I think we have a winning formula, and there are a few projects across the country that are blazing the trail in the area of PPP, both in housing delivery and infrastructure delivery. Next slide, please. In terms of players in the housing sector, that's exactly what we started talking about in the morning. Why are we all so happy to play small when we can play big? Someone said, if you are going to dream at all, you might as well dream big. Why can't we all collaborate and build new cities and build big projects? Individually, we contribute very little to the delivery of housing. Collectively, we can solve big problems. And that's why today I want to make a case for the different players in the housing sector to come together and collaborate and bring their strengths. Some players are very good at construction, some others are very good at financing, some are very good at project management, some are very good at selling, marketing. If we can pull our strengths together, we can create products that are low cost and create products that the market really wants. Somebody this morning was talking about why build something that the people do not want? It's a skill to understand what the market needs and to provide what the market needs. So there's a big case for different players in the housing sector to collaborate, and today we are going to be talking more about that during this session and to see why it's a big deal for us. Next slide, please. The third area is collaboration amongst the players in the housing sector and other sectors. So this will involve the relationship between the housing sector players and financial institutions, for example, mortgage institutions, because we know that it's an affordability problem. If we have low-cost financing for developers and we have low-cost financing for retail financing of homes, then we can begin to address the issue of affordability. Because like I said earlier, it's a function of how much you earn. And if you can stretch out the payment plans and you have more structured payment systems, then housing naturally becomes more affordable. Also, we've discussed this morning around technology. It's a big area that there's the need for collaboration. I don't think we are there yet because engineers always focus on engineering. But as developers, we also have to look at what is acceptable in the market. And so that collaboration would ensure that the technology for delivering affordable housing evolves over time and we can deliver something that the market wants and at the cost that the market wants it. We need to look at different procurement systems. How do we source materials? Where do we source materials from? Almost everything we use for building today is imported into the country. Maybe we can collaborate with our manufacturers to look at ways in which some of the components of affordable housing delivery can be manufactured locally and what kind of incentives manufacturers need to get, be it pioneer status, as we discussed earlier today, or some kind of tax holiday to bring down the cost of production. We discussed technology extensively, and I think we'll continue to talk about it because technology is the future. We need to collaborate with the academia. We also need to collaborate with the technology players to ensure that things like modular housing systems, 3D printing, and using crowdfunding and things like that can definitely help us in bringing this dream alive. Next slide, please. So to conclude, affordable housing is a must for all of us. It's a social need, and it's an important tool for economic development. Earlier, in one of my slides, I talked about the numbers. So if you can just go forward a few slides that shows some of the numbers. Okay, here. We can debate the numbers, but what we can agree is that these are huge numbers. These are huge numbers in terms of our population. They are huge numbers in terms of the housing deficit. Huge numbers in terms of the opportunity that we have. An estimate says that it will take about $363 billion to fulfill the housing need. It doesn't matter how you dimension it. Somebody's got to build these homes over time. This is a huge opportunity for all of us. It's very close to the GDP of the country, what is needed to deliver housing, because we have a huge deficit. And I think this is a perfect opportunity for all of us. I don't just see it as a problem, I see it as an opportunity that we all need to surmount. So let's go back to my conclusion slide. So finally, I believe very strongly that providing affordable housing is achievable, and we can achieve this through the creation of appropriate synergies and collaboration amongst the various stakeholders in the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joe, for that beautiful presentation and for also managing your time well without being prompted. We'd like to take on the next presenter, and that will be online, and that will be done by Toke Benson, the Senior Special Assistant SSA to the Lagos State Government on housing. Can we have her online? Are we on with her? We'd like to welcome via Zoom Madam Toke Benson, the Special Advisor to the Lagos State Government on Housing. Madam, you are on. You can make your presentation. Thank you so much. Presentation tomorrow, tech, and I'm sure he will be able to combine two of them. Tomorrow on PropTech, he will be able to combine two of them. Thank you so much. We'd like to go on then to invite the CEO of Millard Fuller Foundation, Nigeria, Actor Sam Odia. Sam, you're on. You have 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Let's welcome you.
Thank you very much. That's the challenge, 5 minutes. Please put my slides on. I stand on existing protocols. Welcome everybody. Good afternoon. I see in the audience my big brother, Architect Dangiwa, who has actually inspired my topic. I'm speaking on building support for the affordable housing agenda through collaboration, but I've modified mine a little, to building support for the affordable housing agenda by building a 1 million naira house. I went to a forum somewhere where they said the FMBN have the most popular product in FMBN at the moment is a 1 million naira home improvement loan. And I thought to myself, wouldn't it be wonderful if you could use that money and actually build a house? And I took it as a challenge. This was over a year ago. But I'm happy to say that in the last few days, we've just finished that house. And I'm using this opportunity to invite everybody here to come on our excursion. We have an excursion to our site at Luvu Madaki in Masaka. It's about 45 minutes out of town. It will be a 3-hour excursion where we will be able to show you our estates. Our first 2 estates, Grand Luvu 1 and Grand Luvu 2, have been bought up by Family Homes Funds. So they're actually Family Homes Funds estates in that area. Inside that estate, you will find the lowest cost house in the whole of Africa, built by a private developer in 2019. So that's one of the highlights of that trip. We will also, we're very fortunate to be celebrating our 1,000th house. We're a young organization by the grace of God, and through collaboration, and this is where collaboration comes in, we are happy to have been able to put up 1,000 houses, and we're celebrating that right now. So please come and celebrate with us. And then thirdly, it will be this 1 million naira expandable. We call it a tiny house, but it's expandable. So let me go straight to my presentation. I have just 5 minutes. So I'd like to speak about how my organization, the MFF Housing Limited, through its sister organization, the Millet Fowler Foundation, is building support for the affordable housing agenda through collaboration with, first of all, our local and international partners. Secondly, our other house building enterprises like ourselves, spread across the entire continent of Asia and Africa through the Rail network. You heard that presentation by one of the directors of Rail yesterday. They're working with a network of partners across those 2 continents, of which we are amongst. And we're able to collaborate with each other. And then thirdly, our clients, through a constant interaction with the target market, which is the 40th percentile, the bottom 40% of the population is our target. Can we go to the... Just go back to the second slide. Okay, leave it there. So then next slide, introduction. So when Millet Fowler began building simple, decent, and affordable homes 45 years ago, first through Habitat for Humanity, and then later through the Fuller Center for Housing, little did he know how great a global movement he was triggering. He was able to galvanize world leaders to the urgency of eliminating poverty, housing, and homelessness around the world, and in the process housed more than 1 million people around the world before he died in 2009, still actively housing the poor through the Fuller Center for Housing. As the Nigerian affiliate of that organization, it took us 10 years to build our first 100 homes through donations from kind-hearted Americans across the Atlantic. It took us another 5 years to build an additional 900 homes to make it 1,000. And we are proud today to be celebrating not only 15 years in operation, but also our 1,000th home. A very modest achievement when viewed against the backdrop of the current housing deficit. And I'm scared to mention any figures. So, talking about collaboration, we could not have done it without our key partners, some of whom are present right here at this conference. And they include the Fuller Center for Housing, based in the USA, Celavip International, based in Belgium, Rail UK, on behalf of DFID or FCDO now as they're known, and CEDA, the Swedish Development Agency, Family Homes Funds, and I'm happy to see Femi right there, and Cooperation Agency, the German Cooperation Agency GIZ, are key partners in this work. Challenges. The challenges haven't gone away. They're still the same as they were 20, 30 years ago. We keep coming back year after year to talk about the same challenges. In fact, they appear to be growing more critical despite some bold initiatives both from the private and public sectors. First of all, affordability. Access to home ownership within people's meager resources. We talk of affordable housing every day without regard to the earning capacity of the common man. It's just like that bastard child that won't go away. Just keeps coming and coming until you suddenly realize it's not just one bastard child. There are two of them. There are three of them. 4, 5, 6. How could daddy have done this to us? And spoiled the integrity of our fine and pristine home. More outside than inside. Yes. 4 out of every 5 Nigerians earns less than 50,000 naira a month. When a government program is unable to cater to the need of 80% of the population, then you know that we have a real problem. This is why MFF, despite having built homes which were sold as little as 240,000 naira when we started 15 years ago, is now ready to present its latest answer to Nigeria's affordable housing question. An expandable tiny house that grows with you and is able to fit the pocket of the minimum wage earner. The other problem that we've been talking about for years is the off-take finance, demand-side financing. The lack of long-term off-take finance continues to plague the market. But I hope that with the likes of NMRC here at the Abuja International Housing Show, we shall be able to hear some good news and great innovations that are in the pipeline. That's not to mention the likes of Family Home Funds or the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria with its popular home improvement loan of 1 million naira. Enough funds to actually help build our new expandable tiny house. Then, of course, there's the perennial Land Use Act. Another challenge that continues to be the Land Use Act, which apparently has no plans of going away anytime soon. We need innovative solutions, such as non-mortgage housing finance, housing microfinance. More than 80% of ongoing house construction is going on completely devoid of the Land Use Act, whether we like it or not. I know that because I live on the outskirts of the city, and I know that hardly any of my neighbors has obtained even town planning approval, not to talk of having a C of O on their land. So the informal land market is booming, and so is the development of housing in informal settlements. The reason our honorable minister said that Nigerians are not homeless is because most of us live in poor quality housing situated in such informal settlements. The houses may not be qualitative, but at least they match the size of our pockets. We need to come to terms with this reality rather than continue to sink our heads into the ground like ostriches. The FMBN Home Improvement Loan is a key to the future of housing finance. It's a non-mortgage product that is simple to access and relatively easy to repay. I like that project, and I was thinking, what if 1 million naira was able to start you off on your home ownership journey? So presenting our solution, next slide. Okay, we're there already. So the 1 million naira house is a 25 square meter expandable core house, which begins as a shell and is expandable in 2 separate phases, first to a 2-bedroom house and then again to a 4-bedroom house. The 1 million naira house is a tiny house. It's a tiny house solution that prioritizes not the fanciful whims and caprices of developers and governments that are aloof of the true need of its citizens, but the pocket size of the ordinary people. People are not asking for too much. All they want is a roof over their head that doesn't leak. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is my conclusion. Once again, I want to take this opportunity to invite you all on Thursday, 11 o'clock sharp. The bus will leave from the front there to our estates to come and see what God is doing in Masaka. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Sam. So many of you may not see when he was speaking was the vibration of his legs, because he was speaking with passion, because that is something he has been involved in. And that is something that he feels so passionate about. It's like his life mission to make sure that we bring something for the masses of this Nigeria. And I'm happy he was able to key into that home renovation loan. We'll be able to address some of this. I have not forgotten that I promised you that I'm going to do one-day work, physical work. This we discussed about 5 years ago, to go there and physically work and see how we can add value to what you are doing. Permit me to go to the next speaker, and we'll be able to invite the CEO of Blue Camel Energy, Suleiman Yusuf. You have the floor. Thank you so much. Let's clap for him to welcome him. Still the same 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. Permit me to stand on the well-established protocols. My names are Suleiman Yusuf, the CEO of Blue Camel Energy. I will first of all start by thanking the organizers of this event for this very wonderful event, which we have, I think, this is our 4th year of participating, and believe me, it has been the best point of collaboration for us as a company so far, because I will insist that the services we provide should be the starting point of any construction or building plan, which is energy. You know, we're a renewable energy company that has. Let me just quickly talk about our background. That's not what we're here to discuss. We're here to discuss collaboration, but I would like to quickly mention that, you know, we're one of the leading renewable energy companies in Nigeria that has been into the business of solar and power backup systems for the 12 years. We started with small home system power backup solutions, and we've expanded quickly to establishing a factory which is situated in Kaduna, where we assemble local products, street lighting, small home systems, and other renewable energy, couplings. Blue Camel Energy is also has a training academy, because over time, the product we offer is one of the most difficult products to sell or to market, any day, anytime, because there's been so much failure of the technology at the onset. So people don't believe in solar technology. And I can tell you that, part of the failure is also largely because of the fact that the wrong people are engaged in providing, the services, which is the government, for example. This is not the business of the government. Government should stay behind and regulate the industry and allow the entrepreneurs to do the job. So I'll give you an example. Almost every village you go to in Nigeria, you see non-functional solar street lights or solar-powered borehole systems. And everybody just have the impression or the idea that this technology does not work. But if you go deep down, you realize that the procurement process, the execution process, so many things are involved. So I won't talk much about that right now, but we have delivered so many successful projects across board, and I would like to highlight those that concerns the construction industry. Energy consumption, especially, for example, by solar water heaters alone, takes about 25% of electricity in our homes. 25% of electricity just for heating water. This is the same technology that, with a solar water heater, which smiles every day the sun comes out, you don't need to invest or lose that much money in heating water. But unfortunately, our construction industry haven't been paying much attention to energy efficient homes and energy efficient appliances as well as solar technology. But believe me, with the recent increase in electricity tariff, I've had a lot of developers knocking at my door, and I think it's a very good time for the collaboration to, to begin. Please, next slide. Next slide. I won't talk much about, I just have 5 minutes about the company, but basically I'm going to talk about solar-based turnkey projects that we've executed over the years across the residential, commercial, and industrial sectors. Next slide, please. So what you see here is a greenhouse in Guzepe, which is a project that was executed since 2015, about 6 years now. The 10 apartments here have been running totally off the grid. Mr. Festus was there at the onset of this project to see for himself and also to do a small documentary on this project. We haven't spoken much about it because we've taken that 6 years as a learning time to discover all the challenges and all the different ways that we can collaborate and integrate our solutions with building the real estate industry. What you see by the side there is also the latest battery technology, which is the lithium-ion battery, which has about 5 years lifespan. At the 5th year, our batteries went down, one after the other, which is a very good timing for a lead-acid battery. And afterwards, we decided to go with the new lithium battery technology, which we are banking on 10 years of lifespan. So this project has been on for the past 15 years, and it has given us a lot of information and ideas on how we can integrate these solutions with the real estate. Next slide, please. Now, this is another private residence in Efa Metropolis. This was just developed or commissioned last year. Every lighting you've seen on that building and all the appliances are totally powered on our solution. The inverters you've seen there are our locally assembled inverter systems from Kaduna. And we also don't just install, because we've discovered that most of the time people, are scared of investing in our technology because they're afraid of what usually happens. Afterwards, 1 year down the line, your system breaks down, and you call the installer; he's nowhere to be found on the phone. So we back up our installations with 4 years, 1 year or 2 years warranty, depending on the product you buy from the onset, and another 2 to 3 years of after-sales support. So next slide, please. So this is another project in the making. It's called the Greenhouse 2 in Guzape, where we are now trying to develop or to prove that we can actually power luxury homes totally off the grids. This building has about 19 air conditioners that are totally running on the solar solution that are installed. It's not yet completed, but as you can see, each and every light in there is on solar. We don't even have a grid line or a generator on that side. Next slide, please. So you can see that's the structure there. You can see different banks of solar PVs at the entrance carports, 2 other carports in the house, and a few other available spaces. You can also see that the entire rooftop is still not yet in use. We're reserving that hopefully to sell power to the next door neighbors once they're ready to afford power. Next slide. So that's another project in Yola. That's a mansionette which has about 22 acres. It's also entirely powered on solar. This is one of our projects which was delivered since 2019. Next slide. So this is also another project in Guzape which was delivered since 2015, and the apartment is actually a hybrid system running on about 60 numbers of solar PVs, which powers most of the critical loads in the house. Next. So this is another private residence in Zaria that has been running since 2018 on our solar solution. So to cut it short, next slide, we've actually powered over 2,000 housing, small and medium housing across the country in the past 10 years of doing business, and we're still maintaining most of these solutions. That's a shopping mall also. Because it was not captured and integrated during the design in the M&E, it becomes very difficult to start cracking walls, breaking tiles, and trying to integrate or even providing the support structure that can carry those water heaters. So this calls for very serious collaboration. Sometimes we've also had situations where people want to put solar on their rooftop, but they didn't envisage that they will use or put solar panels, so they didn't go for the appropriate gauge of the roofing sheet, or perhaps even go for a concrete deck. So these are all areas where we need to work together with the developers to see how we can, provide the basic infrastructures that, we can leverage on when it is actually, or whenever we're interested or we can afford to. Now, I'm going to talk about the applications of renewable energy solutions, affordability, and then what's new. I think, okay. I'll quickly run over this. I'm running out of time. And what are the challenges? Please, next slide. So in terms of applications, next slide, please. Like I mentioned earlier, we have the solar water heating solutions. We have the solar inverter solutions, which could be either hybrid or standalone. We also have solar street lights and gardening lighting solutions. With these solutions, you're able to take off your entire cost of running perimeter lightings and even estate lightings off your, generator cost or grid cost. And we also have the solar water pumping solution, which reduces your cost a lot. If you're able to use solar pumps to pump water from underground to overhead tanks and use gravity to, circulate your water, you save a lot of water from solar pumps, from pressure pumps in your houses as well. So next slide. Now, affordability and cost benefit. From the research and from the project we've run over the years, especially the greenhouse, we've come to discover that the adopting solar solutions, if you can take a 5 years term or period, is actually 40% cheaper than a combination of diesel and grid. And that is even going to go up higher with the increasing tariff, electricity tariff and cost of diesel. Then from 400,000 naira, you can actually afford a convenient backup that keeps your house lit up and at least affords you TVs and fans in the house. So people usually think that you have to be, it's a multi-million naira solution. You actually can cut it according to your size as well. And there are also financing options available now, so it doesn't really have to be that solution where you must have the full cash. Next slide, please. So financing options, improved products and technology, and then improved technical know-how and engineering. These have also changed the scheme. So the challenges are actually high capex. Most people can't afford to bring out all the funds in one go. So there are financing options that are taking care of that now. Then high failure rates, which I just explained, part of the reason that it's not the technology itself, but it's the product and the people that are actually integrating it. Access to financing has always been a challenge, but we can see that there has been a lot of effort from the federal government and from some, development banks like the African Development Bank. The World Bank is also funding a lot of renewable energy projects right now. And I think finally the maintenance and after-sales support has been one of the reasons why these solutions have hardly worked. Next slide, please. So what is the future of this industry and how does it accommodate, or what's the opportunity for us to collaborate with the real estate sector? We have the power as a service, power purchase agreement, and lease to own. In what power as a service means is if you want the solution and you don't even have the funding, we could actually come and deploy the solution, put in our meters, and then get you to pay as according to your usage. Power purchase agreement is that solution where I can actually set up the solution and we'll agree on a repayment plan, which takes off that capex issue. And then the lease to own means that I can deploy the solution and then give you a payment plan or a payment time. So this is the future to resolve renewable energy. For example, we actually had to go into developing because we couldn't even get development partners or real estate partners that are willing to test or explore our solutions. And we set up that greenhouse in Guzapi 5 years ago. But believe me, since we set up that 10 apartments, the moment a tenant moves out, it doesn't take 1 week before another person moves in because electricity is guaranteed. And I think it's one of the things that we must not, we must always put into our building plans and decisions from the onset. Thank you very much. So for those that are interested, I think on Friday by 6 p.m. to 6:30, there will be an excursion visit to see live solutions of some of the flips we are shown here at Guzape. We're also exhibiting here, so from the stand you can get more information. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Suleiman. We'll be hearing this from Mr. Emmanuel Akinwumi, who is a principal private sector specialist, AFDB Group, here in Abuja. Emmanuel, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Let's give a clap for him as he comes on.
Standing on existing protocol, I say good afternoon and thank you for coming to this forum. Speaking towards the last has its own implications. Sometimes you get yourself involved like unintentional plagiarism. Meanwhile, you prepare your stuff before coming. And sometimes your presentation tends to bring some element of contradiction to what others have said, but it's no contradiction. It's just a different dimension or perspective on the same nagging problem that we are all facing in the country. And now I have the first slide, please. Okay. I have a short outline here in a few slides to share my perspective about my understanding of this subject. The first one is redefining housing affordability, because once we don't have the correct definition of issues, we'll be applying wrong solutions. The second one is the need to collaborate. Why? What is the need for collaboration? And then thirdly, what I call the collaborators. Who are they? And then from there, I look at it on the supply side, and then went ahead to look at it on the demand side. We need to know the difference between the supply side of the chain and the demand side. And then I have a slide also for AFDB involvement. You may be saying, these people are just blowing grammar here. We don't know what the AFDB is doing for us. You will know today the areas of our intervention to support what is going on. And lastly, I have what I call take home, which is the summary of my presentation. In terms of definition of affordable housing, I say the notion of affordability is not about being able to afford to buy a home. It's more than that. Or to rent a home. Or you should be able to afford to live in it. Another issue which I want to bring to our attention is the social policy of the government on housing. In Canada, for instance, the policy is not 100% revolving around ownership. The policy is revolving around your capacity to live in a decent house, not necessarily to own a house. Owning a house is good, but let us be realistic. All those our compatriots that are paying into National Housing Fund with a gross salary of 30,000 naira a month, what kind of house? Not even my brother here can help them to own a house. So we should stop deceiving ourselves in this country and review the policy of government about housing. House ownership, yes. But what about affordable rental also? A lot of Nigerians cannot even afford to rent a decent home. So we should look at that. So also look at the one like a hybrid between the two, rent to own. Rent a home for a period of time, and later you take possession. If you cannot afford to rent a home, why will you be able to afford to own a home? That's why in some developed countries, the same type of support they give to developers who build houses for ownership, they also give it to developers who build houses for rental. There are a lot of rich people in Nigeria who could invest into housing. Not only in the palatial mansions they live with their family, they also use the surplus of their fund to build houses, decent houses at affordable pricing for the poor. I also say affordability does not only cover meeting expenses of the house. It also includes consideration for infrastructure, transportation, and other services. That's why our Minister of Housing was saying that he doesn't believe there is 20 million shortage of housing in the country. You know why? There are a lot of houses unoccupied, empty houses all over the place, big mansions empty. Some of their occupants, they don't even know, maybe don't even know who are the owners of those houses. Some houses, affordable homes, are right inside the bush. Nobody can get there. What about infrastructures? Like access roads, electricity, sewage, waste management, and all kind of facilities. And then cheap houses located far away is a waste. It doesn't make sense. So why do we need to collaborate? That's my next slide. Thank you for that. A system where only a few can afford decent housing is not sustainable. Again, see the way I've coined my sentence. I said decent housing. I'm not saying decent house ownership. So let's step a little bit beyond ownership. High cost of commuting for essential workers is not sustainable. You have for teachers, nurses, doctors, firefighters, police, they live very far away from where they work. It's punishment, it's national punishment, and it's very abusive, which have to be checkmated. Another issue that we don't look at is the need for expansion of existing dwelling. You have someone that have acquired a 4-bedroom house from the grandfather, even the father is no longer alive. What are we doing to help that particular individual that has a large expanse of land to expand that house to create more room for other people to live there? What about improvement? What we call homes in Nigeria sometimes no homes. A home that doesn't have toilet facilities, no water, no sanitation facilities there, is not the type of home that we are praying for here. And then, in terms of economic diversification, in Canada, for instance, I keep on saying Canada because that's my second country. When the housing sector is coughing, the economy of Canada is sneezing. That is, there's a strong correlation between housing development and the economy. If you don't want to agree with me, look at this environment. This is housing. Do you know how many industries will contribute for everything that we are enjoying here? The brick and mortars, the roof, the floor, carpets, the seats, and so on. So when you promote housing development, you are promoting industries and you are promoting job creation. It's actually, apart from agric, we can say housing is the next in terms of economic diversification if it's well developed. And then looking at the issue of COVID-19, you know, there are a lot of billions of naira flying around in Nigeria for COVID-19 palliatives. We are advocating here that you should use this opportunity to pump some of those resources into housing. How? You pump it into housing, checkmating the impact of COVID-19 at the same time developing housing. Something like power, for instance, health facilities, you know, potable water, sanitation, infrastructures, and so on. You can be doing that to checkmate COVID-19 at the same time you are doing that to develop decent housing. Now, the collaborators. Who are we talking about now? Here. When you look at the issue of collaboration, you tend to look at off-takers and developers. It's more than that. Those are not the two groups in the collaboration game. We look at government, federal, states, and local. Though the local government has been trampled upon over the years in Nigeria as if they don't exist anymore. When I was a young boy, the local government was playing a noble role in national development. We are talking of repairs of primary schools, building of local tertiary roads, and so on. The governors don't allow them to work anymore. Most governors, don't let me say the governors, so that they will not go and wait for me and say, you will pass through this place today. We will catch on with you. It's unfortunate, but that's the situation. The other group in the collaboration is the private sector investors. And like I said, these investors, this private sector we're talking about, not those people that are interested in only building mansions for their families and themselves. There are people who also want to build for other people. And when you're talking about accommodation, it also includes trade infrastructure like market store, like university hostels and so on. It's part of the accommodation. And then we talk about housing input manufacturers, building materials. They are part of the people, the institution will collaborate with, then cooperatives, training and skill development centers, development finance institutions like the AFDB, the World Bank, and so on. They are waiting for collaboration. And then local banks, including mortgage bank and non-bank financial institutions like insurance companies. You know that in Canada, insurance companies, they provide over 10% of mortgage financing. Why can't Nigerian insurance company be doing the same thing? Maybe the policy is not there, which we need to untie. There are too much obstacles in the Nigerian environment that should be removed to allow things to work. If the policies are not there, if the laws are not there, it will be difficult for the institution to make things work. Of course, we have the off-takers, the developers, the brokers, and members of the public. The brokers, for instance, in Canada, generate a lot of jobs for the youth and even adults. The broker system is still not well developed in Nigeria. It's an avenue that can generate millions of jobs. The broker just stands between the lender and the borrower, providing advisory services on both sides and making life easy on both sides. And of course, upgrading and expansion of provision of infrastructure and leaving abandoned the cities. On the supply side, we're talking about developers and all the rest. PPP is a very formidable option, which one of my colleagues have mentioned here. We can also collaborate across boundaries. You can collaborate with best practices around the world. We used to have a training program in Canada, so with some of our colleagues here attend. Of course, we have minimization of bureaucracy in government. It's part of collaboration. Some government agencies which have been saddled with the responsibility of making life easy for housing development, some of them are actually obstacles. If I'm exaggerating, go to anywhere you like, including the FCT here. You want to do CFO or whatever, call it whatever name, you will suffer before you get it done. It should not be like that. Those are supposed to be agencies that should be creating an enabling environment, not creating obstacles for development. And exploring alternative and local building materials is potent. On the demand side, innovatively embracing build to rent and shared ownership and equity. 10 of us here can form a club and we'll be investing into houses. It's better for you to be a co-owner of a group of property than for you struggling to have one unit for the next 10 years. Like the fella who used to sing about the fan, the parable of the fan, of someone who was struggling to buy a fan until the person passed away. Inflation did not allow him to provide the fan. If you have a situation where you can collaborate with others and become part owners, you can also make things happen. And then governments creating strong enabling environment, to mention that one, fast-track development of rent-to-own, incentivizing NGOs. NGOs is not only about mobilizing resources during disaster. NGO can also be bringing positive impact during peacetime by developing housing. And of course, microfinance institutions like LAPO, for instance, they are doing great in housing, the housing development. Now, the AFDB, what is the AFDB doing? Just blowing grammar. I'm not only blowing grammar. For instance, you may not see African Development Bank intervening directly, financing smallholders in real estate and so on, but we support the government in creating an enabling. For instance, the shelter Africa that you see here, the African Development Bank is a key funder and shareholder of Shelter Africa. As a matter of fact, I think the MD of Shelter Africa, without FDB, there is nothing that we call Shelter Africa today. So you may not know that. Apart from that, we also have Equity in Development Bank of Nigeria and InfraCredit. All of those institutions can support the housing sector, but unfortunately, some of you don't even patronize them. You don't know how to reach out to them. You don't know that DBN can give you 5 facilities to some other financial institutions or developers to do business. The AFDB also has financed same DBN in terms of subordinated loan, and also finances university hostels, which is part of a bigger loan. It had been done before. And through line of credit, a lot of institutions benefit from AFDB's operations in the country. Marble manufacturing, tiles manufacturing, roofing, tiles, cement, and so on. They access line of credit through financial intermediaries like commercial banks, local development banks like the Bank of Industry, Nursing Bank, you know, and the rest of that, and the commercial bank, the like of GT Bank, Zenith, and so on. They often patronize this line of credit, and in turn, on-lend them to housing development practitioners. Of course, we have trade finance facilities, which are made available to banks, use them to facilitate import of raw materials and so on. And we also have partial risk guarantee, which can make access to financing much easier. Emergency liquidity facility was also provided during the period of difficulty like COVID to restructure loans and defer payments and so on. And then lastly, knowledge sharing, like the one I'm doing here. Even though I'm a director of Abuja International Housing Show, all those things come partly because of AFDBs that I'm representing the African Development Bank here today. The key take home is my last slide, is that number one, we should have a paradigm shift from silo housing development to community housing. The silo housing community is that you go to the bush, a road to nowhere, and start digging, cutting trees, bulldozing. By the time you finish your beautiful house, no access road, no sewage, no sanitation, no water, no electricity. And you start praying for all kinds of things and fasting for nothing. Community housing, the way it's being done in other parts of the world, like in Canada also. I keep on talking about Canada because I was a practitioner in Canada in the housing sector. Before you start putting your block, the government agency will invite stakeholders for a meeting. They will put a signpost somewhere. Members of the public, we are planning to build so much houses in this neighborhood. It will be completed within the period of 2 years. Go and mark the date. Within the 2 years to be done. If you have any problem or you criticize it or you don't like the idea, please let us know. I don't think that's what they call community engagement. They don't do most of that in Nigeria. And they are building the how you like, go there. When you see some very strong policemen with guns, you will pick race. All those things have to change. That is community engagement. Not that alone. How you see Christian school? If it's Nigeria, why can't we have Christian school and Islamic school, nursery school, shopping mall, you know, all kinds of facilities, hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, they will all come together. And as you are negotiating to have a stake in it, the government is collecting taxes from you. So before you start building, the roads are done, the water is there, electricity is there, ICT, telephone, everything you need is already there before you start building. And you don't need to build also, you can buy. You pay your deposit in installment, they give you designs, you choose. 2 years time, go back there. It's as if that was not where you saw 2 years before. Everything is done there. That is what they call community housing. And the government makes sure that you don't send your children to school outside that community. So if you want to go to Islamic school, it's there. You want to go to Catholic school, it's there. You want to go to a secular school that have nothing to do with the religion, everything is there. So that the children don't suffer. Trekking or taking from, going from Kekenapep to Do you even know what is keke napep over there? Keke napep to bicycle to motorcycle and every kind of thing in the morning. And the parents will abandon their job and go far away to drop their children. You will live in that community. That's what we call community home. So this engagement continues. It's not going to stop here. And I thank the organizers, including my brother and friend, for organizing this thing. And I think we should encourage dialoguing also at different levels, not coming only once in a year. And I will continue to put resources together and collaborate. This country will be a better place to live for every one of us in terms of shelter. Thank you so much.
I most sincerely appreciate all the speakers. It's not easy to prepare something for days and weeks, and then you are given a short span of time to be able to make that presentation. So I appreciate that sacrifice, and I know that all the presentations are available. If you meet them at the IT department of Abuja International Housing Show, you'll be able to have copies of them to make sure that you deeply understand what is being shared. Thank you so much once more, Emmanuel. We'd like to welcome the founder, Greenland Concepts Nigeria Limited, the one and only Kemi Shijuade, MNI. You are welcome, please. You have the floor. Let's clap for her to come.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The last speaker already mentioned that it's not an easy task for the person that speaks last when it comes to a panel like this. I hope so, sir. So I believe that a lot of issues, a lot of points have been made on this particular topic that we are speaking to. So let me first of all thank the organizers of the Abuja International Housing Show for the invitation to join this panel. I do not have a presentation, so I'm going to speak to the paper that I have before me. I want to thank them for putting together this show, and more significantly, the whole event, which continues to be a place where housing practitioners can exchange ideas and explore new methods. Well done, sir. Our main topic for this panel is around the need for collaboration in the delivery of affordable housing. The topic itself says building support for the affordable housing agenda through collaboration. So I picked out three keywords from the topic, which is affordable housing agenda, collaboration, and support. There are probably different opinions about the housing policy agenda in Nigeria, but the fact are, while we arguably often inadequately or not robust enough, at various times, our government have proposed policies for housing. For instance, in the two main government policies of the current government, the one in the ERGP, and of course the current ESP, which is the Economic Sustainability Plan. Housing is indicated as a major priority for government. Therefore, it seems to me that the problem is not solely about the policy, whether it is good or whether it is bad. It is majorly about the implementation or the coming together of stakeholders in this sector to know, to practice, to want to be able to work together and effect all these our policies, and making sure that affordable housing is a reality in our society. So it is this reason why, as a nation, where it applies to various countries, actually, it's just not in Nigeria, we are building way too few housing to meet the housing needs. The execution capability of our housing system is simply too weak. So this takes us to the need for the collaboration which we are talking about today, in terms of supporting, building collaboration to support the affordable housing agenda. A lot of things have been mentioned about the collaboration by the past speakers. The first person talked about different types of collaboration, which talks about the PPP, different collaboration among the people that are even in the sector and the people that are not in the sector. Our guy here as well spoke to the collaboration when it comes to that in this sector by a foundation, and other people coming together and making sure that affordable housing, for which they have been able to reach 1,000 unit mark in 15 years, which is quite a long time, they've been able to realize that. But that's some form of collaboration as well. The collaboration I would like to speak to will be talking about the government and the private sector, which is the public and private sector collaboration. This type of collaboration has been achievable in other countries. It's achievable in Australia. In the parts of Europe as well, you see that there's this type of collaboration. So if we explore the United Kingdom, for example, government plays a major role, but that is limited to creating policy and regulatory environment for delivery of affordable housing through the Ministry of Housing and dedicated agency, which they call Homes England. The government planning department is required by law to ensure that adequate land is available and dedicated for affordable housing based on data on housing need. In the same vein, developers focus on delivery of housing in many cases, specializing in specific market segments. This market segment was actually mentioned earlier in the earlier presentation that was made. And on the financing side, mortgage providers focus on ensuring availability of mortgages, limiting the exit risk of developers. This matter of collaboration, to my mind, is perhaps one of the biggest issues we must address in the housing system in Nigeria today. For the affordable housing agenda to make a meaningful impact, there must be a synergy of all stakeholders working together as a team and building support for the affordable housing agenda. Then it takes us to the questions which are, what will good quality collaboration, what will it look like for us? How can we deliver effective collaboration among the key stakeholders in the housing system? What should be its structure? How will it be funded? And of course, how should it actually work? These are very big questions, and I cannot do justice to those questions in the limited time that I have. So what I will do is just to take one aspect of the collaboration and make a series of suggestions. At the very apex of the kind of collaboration we need is a partnership between the public and private sector. It is extremely unlikely that we can achieve or make much progress without significant improvement in the collaboration between the two sectors, that is the public and the private sector. The partnership between public and private sector must actually give way to envy. We must be able to look at it that we are working towards a common goal and we are not working against each other. So we must be able to come together, the public and private sector, to deal with this crisis that we have on hand. The public sector must embrace the responsibility to create enabling environments, including land, statutory approvals, financing, developers in incentive, standards, and consumer protection. And on the other hand, the private sector must bring discipline and innovation to the design and construction of homes. So how can we make this work in practice? Here are some provocative suggestions that I would like to make. The Octo 5 MD, who spoke in the morning, said we have a crisis on our hand, which means it is urgent and is something we need to deal with. We cannot continue to be practicing it the same way because of the large number of deficits we have, whether we agree to the number or we do not agree. The fact remains that there's a deficit and it keeps growing. So this has turned it to be a crisis on our hand. So there is need for us to begin to take drastic steps to resolve these issues. So I'm going to make some sort of a crisis response suggestions to say, is it possible for us to begin to establish a working group of stakeholders who are committed to supporting the affordable housing agenda? This working group must engage in joint planning towards the creation of affordable housing at different levels of society, be it at the federal level, be it at state level, be it at regional, or whether we want to say it's at zonal level, even at community level, just as mentioned by the last speaker that just spoke before I stood up. So we need to look at that, local government council down to the community levels. This joint planning must be intentional. intentionally geared towards establishing a framework for inclusive development that can be cascaded to the lowest strata of the society in terms of achieving the affordable housing agenda. Also, we can look, another suggestion I would like to make is we can consider each state setting up a state affordable housing commissions as a public and private partnership between state governments and organized sector development. The academia, the main landowner, the building material, all these people can actually come together under this affordable housing commission to work together for us to be able to achieve this, this goal. The commission, which should be jointly managed by private and public sector, will be led by a representative of the board, including all stakeholders with leadership by rotation. So if it's government that is leading this time, then another, someone from the private sector can lead at the next time. But the point here is there has to be a proper governance structure that is going to make sure that all challenges that is usually envisaged in the public sector and the private sectors are actually addressed. The commission is to be funded by, another challenge could be the funding issue, which it could be funded by modest subscription by stakeholders, grants, government subventions, private sector contribution as well. One tool that can be used to achieve the required funding challenge is to set up a housing fund. So each state can begin to set up their own housing fund with specific purpose of creating and preserving housing for low and moderate income individuals within the states. The Housing Trust Fund, which can be managed by a non-profit organization. The trust fund can also be capitalized by philanthropic organizations, commercial banks, like AFDB can be some sort of support for that kind of trust fund. The emphasis of the fund will be on the provision of affordable housing to low-income households, especially for home ownership opportunities. In order to achieve this practically, the commission as well can be a one-stop center for affordable housing. So we know there are key issues on affordable, which is common to everywhere in the world in terms of land, in terms of funding, in terms of material. But if the commission can function as a one-stop center, which will be designed and fitted to address these cardinal issues that contributes to the affordability, its key responsibility, which could include to carry out a housing needs study every 5 years, ongoing capacity building and training programs, ensuring the planning system sets aside adequate land to meet housing need for, by allocating land specifically for affordable housing and regeneration, including slums. Because some challenges we have as well is when we say we want affordable housing, people seldomly will mention you take them to inside the bush. The land in the city is too expensive for us to be able to build houses that are cheap. But if land is specifically allocated during planning for affordable housing, then we know that the issue or the problem of land is going to be sorted. This particular commission can handle that. Some of their roles can be managing and facilitating the trust fund in conjunction with government issuing long-term bonds. Their function can include providing independent statistics and data on annual housing delivery, regulations of developers, so that they can maintain the quality and the standard of the housing, consumer protection, among others. Basically, the work of the commission will be to distill the policies that has been made by the public sector into execution, which is majorly the implementation, which is majorly the problem. So these suggestions are just off-the-wall suggestions, but at least that we need to do, there is need. We all understand the need for us to take steps towards, and something radical steps towards the need to get the results that we want about achieving the affordable housing for low and medium income houses. So I welcome everybody to debate these options. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kemi. That was quite disruptive. Suggestions that I'm sure that we need to dimension and begin to implement, and then begin to see how we're going to do that. We have heard from the presenters And then we have Kemi coming in with the fact that the problem is not in the policy, but it's in the collaborative implementation. And that's a very beautiful takeaway. And the need for us to have an inclusive solution around a governance structure that can deliver on all those issues. And then have Emmanuel coming in clearly, segmenting the collaborations, defining the collaborators, and then segmenting them into the supply side, demand side, and then clearly enunciating and informing us of ADB roles, and then the key issues of some takeaways that we should have on the issue of policy, and that was, and then decentralization and having satellite cities deliberately. And then we also had Suleiman taking us through to some of what they have done to be able to prove to us that the issue of collaboration in terms of energy provision is something that is right here with us, both in Abuja and Lagos. They have some apartments that are running off the grid, and then integrating edge concept into our design, though that the initial cost may be high, but as we go along, you find out that the cost tapers down and becomes more sustainable than what we do have now. And then also we had Samodia coming in with so many other issues concerning the wasting assets we have because of lack of title. They cannot take it to the market, they cannot finance anything because they don't have title that the banks will require as collateral. And then also the challenges we have with the issue of affordability, the issue of off-take fund financing, and then the constraints imposed upon us by the Land Use Act, and then also the fact that over 80% of our population, adult population, earn less than 50,000 naira a month. And that's why it's food for thought. Sam, you also gave the statistics that you are celebrating the 1,000th house being done by Mila. That got me thinking. And you said you got to the 1,000th house in 15 years. That was quite interesting for me. That tells us the need for collaboration. Because if with all your effort and all that you have sacrificed and suffering, you are just hitting the 1,000th house in 15 years, that's 60 housing units a year. That is something that should trigger some disruptive thinking in us to find how we can upscale our individual silo efforts and then gain more traction so that together each achieves more. Also, I want to thank you, Odunayo. You were able to come in forcefully by defining the affordability issues, the policy issues, and the manpower issues, and coming on also to look at the PPP, public-private partnership, and also private-private partnership, and the need for the collaborations across various levels, and then to leverage on our strength. That was one of the key statements you brought out clearly, so that we can have ease of doing business, a one-stop shop, reduction in the transaction time and transaction cost among such PPP, public-private partnership, and then also you were able to point out some of the issues of regulations that need to be tidied. I would like to leave it out now for questions and see whether we can take one or two questions from, I have quite some, okay, we have one here from Prof. We have one right
Mr.
there.
Chairman, please, we'll take 2 questions for the want of time. 2 questions, please.
Okay. I will now leave it to you to choose.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman, please. Just
I should choose.
Yes, sir.
2. I don't know. Is there a lady that is raising her hand, so let's be gender friendly? Yes, we'll take the lady. And then, okay. Prof, you will have your slot. That is the chairman's discretion. They say 2. Then the chairman is giving discretion. Yes. So we'll have the lady, then we'll have you, and then we'll have the prof.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I want to say a very big thank you to all the panelists seated.
Thank you.
For all the presentation made so far. And from all that we've shared this afternoon, we've discovered that we have a great deficit in the housing industry. And I also want to say that the issue of collaboration is very, very key, because every industry is looking at collaboration, how they can achieve more, and that's what we're looking at. But I also want to say, like Mr. Samuel, who talked about the tiny homes, and we've also mentioned that the urban area is packed up, is heated up, and we are looking at moving into the rural areas. And looking at the insecurity in the country is making it almost impossible for people to go into the rural area. So what are we looking at? Looking at the security issues in terms of moving to those areas. Yes, our sister earlier talked about government allocating areas for community housing and making it more lucrative for people to live in there by getting in things into those areas. But how is government really responding to all these things, including the tax issues that we have and the land usage of usage tax, of lands and all that? So how is government really looking at these issues to make it comfortable for developers to actually engage in this housing that we're looking at? And coming to our brother who also talked about energy.
That will be the last one. So you are asking 3 questions.
All right, talking about energy. Yeah, it still boils down on government making it affordable for people, making it affordable for developers to actually engage into this thing. But I quite agree with you that developers should begin to look at creating that in their design, to create a portion for solar energy so that when it's time to install it, it's easy for people to install it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll have the gentleman here, please, and then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My questions go to 2 people. First, Suleiman Yusuf. I think I'll just say we'll discuss privately. And then the second question goes to Kemi Shijuade. Am I right? I've been in this conference since yesterday, and you have said the most disruptive thing that I've heard so far. Every of us that are in this place, we all live in cities, most of us. We work in cities, most of us. The center of our cities, maybe give or take, are close to like 70% slums. Maybe outside Abuja. The center of the major districts in Lagos, whether it is Ikeja, whether it is Surulere, whether it is even Lagos Island, 70% of the built-up area, they are slums. Yet you find the developers will move away from that city centers where it's best for people to live in, because it is close to their children's schools, it is close to hospitals that already exist. They will move away from those centers and go put all of the money 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers away at the fringes of those cities and major towns. So what you have said is very provocative, is very disruptive. I would like to take you up on it also. Now to my question, is there already a platform for the states? Are we going to be reaching out to maybe the Nigerian Governors Forum to set up these state affordable housing commissions? And as you suggested, how quickly can we enable this? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the privilege. My question goes to Yusuf. In the implementation of your renewable energy solutions, are you using the National Building Energy Efficiency Code, which was released in 2017? And if not, why aren't you volunteering? At the moment, it's still voluntary. I have a few copies of it available for those who are interested, and I'll start with you if you're not using it already. It's absolutely essential for building envelopes that meet the renewable energy requirements of the future, and of course for saving. And for Mr. Odia, Architect Odia, that's equally important for these 1 million naira houses to ensure that going forward, they're sustainable in the use of energy, and they're also sustainable in terms of the cost implications for the occupiers. As we see the power costs go up, we see it becoming more of an affordability problem as well for the masses.
Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to apologize to others who wanted to ask questions, and we'll be giving 30 minutes to each of the speakers to please round up. 30 minutes. 30 seconds, sorry. sorry. Please don't kill me. I know there was a lot of opposition to that. Please, 30 seconds, please.
Okay, I'll just start by answering Prof. Nyagete's question. We are looking very closely at building green energy efficient buildings. It's right on the front burner at the Millard Fuller Foundation. We are actually working on a building at the moment, and very soon we shall be announcing progress in that area. Yes, so it's on the front burner.
Please, you do.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your question. I think the reason why the 70% is a bit congested in the center is because of the infrastructure. If we have infrastructure, we have road, we have water, we have lights in the suburbs, people will definitely live there. And one way is, okay, maybe there's a company there or there's a government office there that can open up the space, then it reduces the pressure in the center. However, your question, sir, it's about if there's a platform for the state. The whole essence of this gathering, I believe, is for us to have a talk about this and see how do we begin to move forward. So if we have been able to get provocative enough in our thoughts, then we decide what next. I believe that the organizers of the shows, by the time they come forward with their communique, they will be able to come and say, okay, maybe this is the next step for us to take. I am not aware if there's a platform already for states to be able to do this, but I believe that if we take steps towards that, if it is the right direction, then we should be able to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't want to reiterate the need to move away from silo regime to community housing, a situation we can address some of the issues you raised. When you have a community housing with infrastructures and social amenities, then it becomes a comfortable home for everyone. If you don't want to live, you want to work in that neighborhood, you can jump into a train in the morning and go to work, and jump into a train in the evening and go back home. That's one thing. The other issue is, in terms of collaboration, is financing. You know, when you go solo, large financial institutions have very limited appetite to deal with small deals. When you bring a mega deal sponsored by multiple stakeholders, become more attractive to have access to cheap funding for your project. The other issue has to do with reforms that Nigeria need. I hope some of these government officials, we are talking about them as city, because they don't have time to attend some of these things. They possibly like attending funeral ceremony than attending highly educating forum, like don't see them around here. If they are here, the reforms from land acquisition up to maintenance of housing, we need to collaborate all the way, including policies and implementation. Thank you.
So, just to round off, I would like to say the main essence of conferences like this is to bring up these kind of ideas. So I think if we've achieved anything, is that we've stimulated the thoughts and the debates have started. However, I will also say that so many states actually have initiatives that we need to be familiar with and also explore. I will give an example of Lagos State, at least, that I know of, has an office for PPP. There's a PPP office that is run by somebody who was formerly in the private sector, was a very senior person at the PwC, running that office. And all we need to do is just continue to engage with them and give them ideas. And I think at the end of the day, we'll make progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then we'll take from Suleiman.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. Let me start with the first question. The lady who mentioned about government making it affordable. I've grown into adulthood in this country waiting for government to solve some problems for the past 30 years, and I'm not willing to wait for government to solve any more problems, otherwise those problems will never be seen. So when I talk about collaboration, I'm talking about collaboration between the private sector and the private sector, not the private and the public. Between the energy developers and the construction or the building industry, we can collaborate and solve the energy problems of this country. That's the angle from which I look at it. Secondly, on the issue on the design aspect, simple collaboration, of course, with the use of internet makes a lot of things easy. For example, in my website, all you need to do if you're developing a project is just to give me your project design, send me your architectural drawing, and I have a team of young people who will respond and tell you what your electrician needs to do in providing for cabling needs and other infrastructures that will accommodate your solar. So that's the kind of collaboration we're looking at to move this industry forward and to solve our energy problems. Now, on the NBEEC codes, thank you for bringing that up. Believe me, I was part of the making of that document, but I have not laid my hands on the, I only have the draft copy when it was in the making. So I would really love to have that from you, and would encourage builders to adopt that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'd like to, on behalf of the organizers, to thank the awesome presentations by the panelists, and also to ask some key questions. How many PPPs can we have before the next Abuja International Housing Show? And how can we develop them? 2, who should lead and sustain the public-private partnership component of our discussion? Are there low-hanging fruits in our sector that we can synergize on and see? Can we also, number 4, itemize the benefits that are accruable so that it can be an enticing thing for both those who are in the private sector and then the public sector that like cutting tapes and then declaring, commissioning things. So we can look at what the benefits are accruable to all the participants and be able to present it as a working document from our engagement today. On behalf of all of us, I'd like to thank you so much, Samodia. Thank you so much, Sijuade. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. And thank you, Odunayan, and thank you, Suleiman, for being such wonderful presenters and giving us food for thought. Thank you so much, and God bless you. We'll be able to stand a few minutes here without our audition and take a photograph, and then we can get into the next item on the agenda. Thank you.
Cameraman, please. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them, please. Thank you very much, Reverend Surveyor Ugochukwu Chime, GMD Corporate Group, for being a worthy chairman of this session. The first speaker said, if we don't solve the problem of affordable housing, we cannot solve the problem of national development. And the underlying factor in all the presentations was on collaboration. Very, very, very necessary. And some of them said all the big players can pull their strengths together to achieve this. But I like the dimension Mr. Emmanuel Akinwumi brought. He talked about redefining housing affordability. Very, very important. There are a lot of houses in this town and people cannot live in them. You see people living in Gwagwalada, and those other places. I used to stay in Gwagwalada, and people keep asking me, Bendodo, you are in Gwagwalada, you like this? And I'm like, is Gwagwalada not a place? I moved from Gwagwalada to Kuje, and my colleagues will see me and say, Haba, Bendodo, you Kuje. So God has moved me to town now. But not everybody is staying in town. We need to have people stay in good areas like Maitama, Gariki, and the very good areas in this city, paying affordable rents. That is the future, and we hope that happens in Abuja very, very soon. Please, a round of applause for our speakers. Very, very educative and inciting session. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be having corporate presentations from our sponsors, and we have 10 minutes, please, for each of them. They are going to come out in this order: Etex, Plascon Paint, and Dangote Cement. Etex, Plascon Paint, and Dangote Cement. Etex is coming first, please. 10 minutes is the time. If you see me coming up stage, just finish. Please, a round of applause for Etex, please.
No, when they are done,
Can you please clap for him?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to stand on all existing protocols. My name is Tony Large, and I'm representing the Etex group with operations in Nigeria, in Lagos and in Enugu. We are the manufacturers of fibre cement, ceiling and roofing boards. We got the presentation, please. Felix, is the presentation on? Okay, we'll wait for the presentation. So I wanted to present the company as a manufacturer in Nigeria. We operate in two states, in Lagos and Enugu, and technical difficulties. It's interesting to listen to the previous presentations, and the main theme of the company being affordable housing, and this is something that we have been involved in with our products and are currently quoting many projects in the future. This is just a brief slide showing about Etex as a group, operating in 44 different countries, 13,000 staff, and a modular building is one of our key areas of development: fibre cement, building boards and plasterboard. Next slide, please. These are our brands. You see the Etex group. Nigerite is located in Ikeja in Lagos. Ammonite is in Emini and Enugu, both manufacturing the same type of products. And there are brands which is, we have Siniat, Kelsey, Lightspan, Solar Extra, which is roofing, and Kelsey Seal and Kelsey Craft, which is our fibre cement ceiling boards. Next slide, please. We go through the distribution outlet and cover the whole of Nigeria. You can see there the map of the operations and where we cover. So our materials are available all over Nigeria, including Abuja. We have a very strong presence here, and please, we'd like you to visit us on our stand A16, where we can give you more details about our products, answer any questions, as we don't have time, I think, to take questions here today. So we'd like to welcome you there to discuss some of the projects we've done. We are quoting for affordable housing projects in the future. As I say, our materials do lend themselves very well to that, and that is certainly the theme of the presentations today. Next slide, please. So this gives you some idea of the outlets we have in Nigeria, a total of 1,800 where our products are available. So if a project does use our products, we are able to sustain that availability with the local distributor network that we have. As I say, we don't have a lot of time to go into technical details. I'd just like to say that we have the fibre cement products in various forms for roofing, ceiling, partitioning and cladding in different thicknesses, as you can see, ranging from 6 up to 20 mm. The properties of our products lend themselves very well to the climate in Nigeria for the various difficulties that building solutions face. So you can see there that we do protect the building by the materials that we're using in construction. Next slide, please. Just some photos of some claddings that's been done by various materials. Carry on, please. Okay, so as I say, from the technical details, because of the time that we have, we won't go into that in this forum, but I do welcome you all to visit us on stand A16. We have representatives who are used to the local products that we've done, the projects that we've done in Abuja, and with our materials and how they are used. So please visit us and we can discuss in greater detail with you. Carry on, please. Okay, so you can see the various forms that our products are used for, all to do with modular building is something that we are very involved in. We do the dry construction and we have the ability to produce our own modular section as well. Thank you. Okay, on please. So again, I've just got some more photos of the floors, the ceilings and the walls, roofing that we do. So again, we are able to supply many different materials for various projects. So I think with the 10-minute, I think my time is almost done. I'd like to say please come and visit us on stand A16. We can answer any particular questions you have. Or if you have any questions now, then please ask away. Okay, yeah, sorry, I thought we were running out of time. Okay, so we can carry on with some new products that we have coming into the market. We are bringing in, there's a change in demand from some of our products from fibre cement into plasterboard. Next slide, please. So we are currently bringing into the market plasterboard solutions. We offer a solution in terms of the types of material we have and the installation process that is used in modular building and various housing sections, and also plaster of Paris. So as you can see, we have a wide range of materials available for the markets and the housing and developments that we're all talking about, and happy to discuss this with you on our stand in greater detail. So I think for me, that's just a quick presentation on the company. I hope that that was useful and understanding for you, and please, if there's any questions. No? Okay. Well, in that case, I think I'll thank you for your time and say please visit us and we can discuss further.
Okay. A round of applause, please. Thank you for keeping to time. A very short presentation from ATEX. Plascon Paint, please. A round of applause for her. It is very important to ask questions. Please, if you have questions to ask, please do not fail to do so.
Permit me to stand on all existing protocols. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tolu Adebule from Plascon Paint, Nigeria. Please, could you project the presentation? Thank you. All right, okay. So pretty much we're a company of over 130 years of coatings expertise. We have local manufacturing capabilities. We have export capacity as well. So our factory located in Oshodi, Lagos State is ISO certified, ISO 9001, ISO 45001, ISO 14001. From that very factory, we're actually able to export about 1 million liters of paint to China and Korea for use at the Total Egenia project, the FPSO. We pretty much have over 20,000 colors you can choose from. We're a company that pretty much we are very solution-centered. We don't just think about selling people paint, we sell you a solution, which I'm going to talk about in the previous slides. And we pretty much have paint for every project. Next slide, please. So pretty much, your paint is only as good as whatever surface you put it on. So if you look at the screen there, you can see several paint problems. So for us at Plascon Paints Nigeria, it's very important that we educate people, developers, architects, and pretty much contractors about the proper paint system. Our system is tried, is tested. It starts from, the very foundation, which is your surface preparation, because your paint, no matter what quality of paint you buy, if you put it on a very bad surface, you're going to get, a poor outcome. So we, talk a lot about surface preparation, after which, you go to your priming or your undercoating. The reason why we have to prime really is because typically the sand to the cement ratio is usually not in the right proportion. And because of that, we start having things like in the second picture there where you have efflorescence, which is pretty much salt leaching through the substrate to compromise whatever coating you have on the wall. So with the use of a primer on your wall, you're able to seal up that surface and pretty much protect the integrity of the coating that's going to go on the wall. So pretty much at Plascon Paint, once we've done the surface preparation, we've done the priming, and then we've done the top coat, we like to tell people that we sell paint based on your project life cycles and based on your maintenance life cycles. So if you're looking for a solution that's going to take you between 10 to 15 years, we have that. If you're looking for a painting solution that's going to take you between 5 to 7 years, we have that. 3 to 5 years, we have that as well. Because for us, it's very important, that we protect your asset, and your asset actually goes, the cycle that you want it to go for. Next slide, please. So essentially, like I've said before, we have different products. So we have the premium, the flagship range, which is a premium plus, which pretty much gives you about between 12 to 15 year life expectancy. We have the professional range, we have the promo range, we have the high classic ultra range, and then we have varying preparation products that gives you, a variety of life expectancy. So I'm just going to touch a bit on the flagship range. We have the double velvet, which is our premium plus interior. We have the cashmere as well. So our flagship range, the products are fortified with Silver Protect, which is your antibacterial, antifungal, anti-yeast properties. They are very hard weathering paint. We have the Velvet Glow there, that is satin enamel, that's pretty much used on your wood, used on your metal. It's an interior product. It's pretty much a polyurethane product as well. So it's definitely built for, the long haul. And essentially, all these products, the Microtex and the Wall-and-All, which are the exterior products, are water resistant. They do repel water as well, so you can use them on your exterior. In terms of color retention, these products are also fortified to ensure that you don't have fading, so that it goes pretty much between the 12 to the 15-year life expectancy. While the interior will give you 15-year life expectancy, the exterior products would give you the 12 years life expectancy based on the recommended Plascon paint system. Next slide, please. So at Plascon Paint Nigeria, we like to say that we're much more than paint. We offer other services such as your drywalls, partitions and ceilings, painting contracting. When we say painting contract, is essentially, supply and apply. So instead of having to deal with painters, screeders, and all that, we take off that burden from you. So all you have to pay for is pretty much a finished work, a finished product. We like to make life, easier for our clients. We also offer technical consultation. We go to your site, we do a pre-assessment. We ensure that we look at the environmental factors within whatever site location you're working with, so we can recommend or specify the proper primers you need for those locations. In addition to this, we also offer a free training academy where we train architects, developers, painters, and paint enthusiasts basically about, how to use our product, how to use the recommended paint system that would actually give the finish that they deserve. Next slide, please. So in Nigeria, we're in the following locations. We're in Lagos, we're in Ogun State, Abuja, Kano, Delta, and Rivers State. So the next slides will pretty much show you some of the projects we've done. This is just a few selections. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, please, could you stop here? So this is pretty much the Yaba Mainland Hospital. This was our contribution towards the fight against COVID-19. We donated all the paint that was actually used to paint the isolation center in Yaba. Next slide, please. Then this as well is also a CSR project as well. It's a Macy Street Hospital in Lagos, Lagos Island. If you had seen the before pictures of this hospital, you'd have been, really, really saddened by how, children and babies are actually kept, in such a poor environment. And this as well is also a mural where our wall and all was used. It's pretty much the tunnel for Adekoyi in Lagos State, in memory of, to celebrate Nnamdi Azikiwe and Awolowo. This is actually a school project as well, that we've used our product on. And this project and this product and the finish you see right now is actually still standing the way it looks right now. Actually, I had to get these pictures recently for this presentation. Thank you so much. Feel free to ask many questions. Our stand is located in the main hall of this exhibition center. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Of the truth from the pictures, they do not just sell paint, but solutions. Please, a round of applause for her once again. Dangote Cement. Dangote. Please, a round of applause for him. I understand Dangote Cement will not be presenting today, but on Thursday. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will be going to our next session, but this time it is going to be a combined session. We shall be looking at pragmatic strategies for increasing affordable housing stock post-COVID-19 and demystifying Nigeria's housing deficit, a discourse on data and facts. The chairman of this session will be, once again, Professor Charles Iyangete, Chairman, Innovative Risk and Investment Solutions, IRIS Limited. Please, a round of applause for our chairman as he makes his way to his seat. I know we are tired, please. Let us just, I'm sure this session will be the shortest. Thank you. I will now invite our VIP speakers. Kunle Faletti, USA Mortgage Consultant. A round of applause for him, please. Help me welcome Ugochukwu Chime, GND Copen Group. Please clap for them as they make their way. Benga Olani, Principal Partner, Estate Links. Benga Olani, Principal Partner, Estate Links. And also, Dr. Michael Kalu Umba, Head Real Sector Statistics, CBN. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Taufik Olatinwo, Head of ICT, NMRC. Please, a round of applause for him. Mr. Taufik is on Zoom. He is live in this place. Please, a round of applause for him. Over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Without further ado, I'll call on our first presenter, Mr. Mortgage, or Mr. Housing himself, Kunle Falete. Okay. Maybe.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I understand that Olivia Caldwell Nelson is on Zoom.
Okay. So she'll be the first one to speak then. Yeah. Okay. Is she? Olivia, can you hear me? Can you unmute yourself? I think you're muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Media.
Yeah, she's on mute. Go ahead with your presentation. And then continue with your presentation. We can't hear you. Can you continue with your presentation? Yes, we can. Please. Speaker is Mr. Housing himself, Kunle Faleti.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have a presentation to make. However, we all recognize the reason we're here today for this 15th edition of the Abuja International Housing Show. We have many stakeholders in the housing, construction, building industry. One of the focus is to harness collaboration, encourage stakeholders to work together towards a common objective. I actually am interested in listening to the Central Bank of Nigeria on how we can, as an industry, respond to the imbroglio, if I may, of the housing gap, housing deficit, or what you call it. The statement by the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing is a wake-up call. Do we have an housing deficit? Is the number correct? You know, those are very thought-provoking issues we will look at. I'm an housing finance professional, currently work as Assistant Vice President of Mortgage Operations in the United States. I was at some point the MD of Diamond Mortgage, subsidiary of Diamond Bank. I was also the Chief Risk Officer of Union Bank, Union Homes Savings and Loans, a subsidiary of Union Bank. My focus in terms of career has been on the consumer. What can we, you know, as an industry do to ensure that Nigerians achieve the United Nations goal of an habitable, affordable, healthy living? The focus should not be on home ownership alone. Every Nigerian cannot own a home. If we realize the fact, you know, that every Nigerian cannot own a home, then we focus less on home ownership and do more of social housing. The minister referencing the housing deficit is not talking, I mean, it shouldn't be about those who own the homes alone. Some people don't even want to be homeowners. It's a lot of responsibility. You pay your mortgage, you have association, homeowners associations, real estate taxes, homeowners insurance. You know, I don't want to deal with that. I want to rent. Does the society provide the avenue to rent affordable homes? So I'm going to be interjecting and contributing. Thank you very much, and I'll encourage you to listen attentively.
Thank you, Mr. Faleti. That's exactly why I wanted you to speak now, and I'll give you a chance to interject again. Now I call on Mr. Gbenga Olaniyan, Principal Partner at Estate Links. Do you have a presentation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Do you have my presentation? Okay, I'll go ahead. My own submission today would be slightly different from what most people have spoken about. I will be looking more at the middle class. Because to be honest, when we talk about affordable housing, it will be unfair if we do not discuss about the type of housing that I believe most of us in this building actually desire. Have you found it? I'll start with the general challenges for housing at the mid-level of the ladder. The first that comes to mind is poor infrastructure. What I'm going to do is, because of the lack of time, I'll go through the very obvious ones, and I will talk more when I get to the ones that I need to explain. So poor infrastructure, that's the very first one. The second, obviously, is the currency risk, which quite a number of the lenders who spoke yesterday talked about. Of course, there's corruption that we do not need to overflog. We also have image issues, which is preventing a lot of foreign investors from coming into Nigeria. We have security issues, especially in the rural areas. I remember a speaker on the previous panel talking about slums in the city. And I dare say that where my office is in Victoria Island, right next to my office is an empty plot that has become a slum where grown men have their bath outside early in the morning. So we're talking about slums right in the most expensive parts of the country. There's also the economic contraction and the devaluation of the naira, and limited source of funding for real estate development and investment. Then we have changing consumer patterns, bringing forth heavy rental vacancies. We have the hike in the cost of construction. Then, of course, we have title issues. And I think my next slide actually talks to this very critical problem of title issues. And this image tells us the kind of people that we have to buy properties from in the informal sectors. We're talking about the area boys, fondly known as Omoniles in southwest Nigeria. And we also have situations where it's extremely difficult for you to get title, especially at the lower end of the market. Now, I'm so happy that a few people have talked about rentals, because not everybody really must own property. So where are we on commercial rentals? The very first one. At the high end of the market, where a lot of rents are dollarized, we have seen rents drop by as much as 40%. And this is still happening today. While at the end of the market, we have also seen a similar drop. But this is the end of the market where a lot of people pay in naira. So what has actually happened is that in real terms, yours dropped. But in actual naira terms, the man who was paying 50,000 naira per square meter 10 years ago is paying maybe 60,000 today, but is paying less in dollar terms. Then I want us to skip the next slide, because I'll go straight to real estate as a hedge against currency devaluation. And this is something that I believe a lot of foreign financiers need to know. I did a research where I did a 28-year trajectory. This was a presentation I made in Washington, D.C. 2 years ago for the October 1st Independence Program. And I drew a trajectory of the way property values have moved. Because what most people erroneously believe is that with the naira going down, in real terms, the value of your property is dropping. And I picked 3 different areas. In 1993, a wing of a duplex in Dolphin Estate was ₦1 million, which at 22-to-1 was $45,500. Today in 2021, the same wing, in fact, we just sold one 2 weeks ago, is 140 million naira, which is $280,000, even at 500 to 1. So we need to realize that yes, this currency risk is there, but at every single end of this market called Nigeria, property values traditionally have always adjusted to the devaluation with a price correction. I want us to go, let's skip the next one because of time. Yes, I'm also now going to the lower end of the market. There's an area called Abuja GRA in Lagos where a lot of the low-income properties can be found. In 1993, a plot of land was 50,000 naira, which at 22 to 1 was $2,727. Today, in 2021, the same plot of land is 15 million naira, which at 500 to 1 is 30,000 US dollars. So make no mistake, it is important for people to hear this, that you inflow your money at some point in time, that price correction, as long as there is no disaster in the country, would happen. Now, I want us to skip the next two slides because of time. And I want to talk straight to return on investment. And I want to use an example of a mini estate that we developed for the middle class. In 2012, we built these properties and we delivered at 26 million naira per unit, which gave us a 55% return on investment without factoring in cost of funds. But if the same property is built today, because the price of land has gone up, the cost of construction has gone up, we will struggle to make 30%. By the time you put in the cost of funding, we will be lucky if we exit with about 6%. So it is important that the right funds chase the right properties. Now, as I round up, I go to my final slide. I have tried very much to push my 20-minute presentation to about 6 minutes, hopefully. I'm going to talk about some practical opportunities, and I'll just run through them. The first is opportunities from the reemergence of the middle class. It is clear to us, and economists know this, that after every recession, the middle class typically returns. So watch out for that sector. There are opportunities for REITs. There are great opportunities for prop tech. Tomorrow is the technology day. Tech is the future. I would say tech is actually the present. A lot of opportunities for those who want to invest in virtual offices. A lot of opportunities in repurposing existing assets. Indeed, we were recently asked by a bank to repurpose all their assets nationwide. And a very interesting one that happened about 3 weeks ago, a church actually called us. They had built this humongous structure, and they have now asked us to convert it to part worship center and partially to become a shopping mall. Don't ask me why, but we all know what's going on. Everybody needs to make some money. Then we have to do some creative lending. And finally, with the transformation to online shopping by a lot of us post-COVID, industrial real estate would have to be looked at critically. So I'd like to leave you with these two words on marble. Let us always remember that opportunities will always come. As Richard Branson said, opportunities are like buses. There's always another one coming. And finally, a recession is a terrible thing to waste. Let's try to make the most of it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lanio, thank you so much for your very efficient use of time. We're going to go into the second part of this session, which is demystifying Nigeria's housing deficit, a discussion on data and facts. Without data, we're really not doing ourselves much service. And so to begin that session, I'm calling on Dr. Michael Kalumba, Head Real Estate Sector Statistics at the CBN. Dr. Mba.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here and then want to thank the organizers for extending the invitation. I didn't prepare any presentation because I thought we'd come in to discuss on the data issues that surrounds the sector. So practically, I'm going to not just present, talk about what we do at the CBN in this sector, but to talk about what we did together. I was happy when I came in and I saw a lot of discussion going on collaboration. It's interesting to know that everyone in the sector recognizes that we have to collaborate. And that's something that we identified about 4 years ago. We say DIMI and have agreed that they are. And so what I'm going to talk about is a collaboration involving 13 different agencies, including the private sector. So it's kind of a PPP model that we did. It came at the instance of the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria approaching the Statistics Department 2017 for a collaboration for us to get the data for the sector. And so we agreed together with Redan to expand that initiative to include.
We have to ask ourselves, we need to show the data very clearly so that decision makers, the policy makers, and people that can help in terms of social housing, the social investment that's going to go into housing can be done adequately going forward. There are quite a lot of information here. Anything to do with data, we're all passionate about it, but we just need to ensure that we focus and take it forward. Now, the recommendations we've provided from the Housing Finance Ecosystem is this. We should have a group similar to what we have at NRE DCMP, that's Nigeria Real Estate Data Collection and Management Program, to come together to form an SPV so that we can have a group that will be focusing on data delivery every year. And there are some indices that we've worked together with a CAHF, that's the Center for Affordable Housing Finance. The indices are things that we need to collate every month, every quarter, every year, and to now play it back to every one of us. This data is going to be available in very simple format, in dashboard that it will be digestible, and these are the things that we should be using for us to be able to provide affordable housing, and at that point we'll be able to tell the deficit that we actually have in the country. I'd like to stop at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, TK. Last but not least, Reverend Ugochukwu Chime. He's immediate past president of Redan and CEO of Copen Group.
Thank you so much, Prof. Let me first of all appreciate the efforts and the works you did as the pioneer MD of NMRC in getting the MMFL going. Many people may not know that the modern mortgage and foreclosure law was one of those instruments that made so many of us who are players in the industry be very happy because it solved a major problem. If it can be domesticated across board in all the 30 states, it will move the dial forward. And then when I looked at the topic for the other session about talking about housing stock, I was worried. I'm more in line because keeping housing stock is not like storing a goosey. It's a different ball game altogether. It has to do with data. Now, my two colleagues, Dr. Mba and TK, have spoken, and I must appreciate them. Like Dr. Mba mentioned, we had a problem, and that problem came in January 2016 when we had the Shelter Afrique meeting hosted by Nigeria, the then new Minister for Housing, Works, Housing, and Power, BRF, asked a question on the deficit for the country, and then asked the private sector to and the stakeholders to find a way of getting at the data. Now, the Nigerian Real Estate Data Collection and Management Program came as a result of that. Yesterday, we had a meeting of the steering committee and the TWG. I'm the chairman of the steering committee, while Dr. Mba is the chairman of the technical working group, and then TK is a valued member. We have so many people from National Bureau of Statistics. Dr. Shaw is there, in the audience there, and so many other people from World Bank and all these organizations. One thing that is crucial is that the issue of deficit is not the data holistically that we are looking at. There are so many data subsets that are critical. Deficit is in terms of the overall deficit between what the demand is and what the supply is, starting with the baseline survey. But we decided to look at some other issues that will move the dial forward for all of us. One of the most critical issues and challenge we have is understanding the land administration practices in the 37 land administration entities we have in Nigeria. We have the 36 states and FCT. For an investor, I need to know how many steps it takes for me to get approval. I need to know the transaction time and transaction cost at those levels. I need to know the cost of perfecting titles. I need to know the number of days it will take for me to perfect titles. These are the data that we sought to engage in abstracting from the states and FCT, the 37 land administration entities in the country. The second question, that as a person who needs to have a home, we need to know who are the operators in the sector, where are the developers, where are the primary mortgage banks, because these are operating on the supply side and on the demand side. So if I want to buy a house, I'm a diasporan, I can Google and find out, I want to buy a house in Ekiti. Which is the nearest PMB in Ekiti? Which is the developer operating in Ekiti? This is the second data, what we call the business data that I want to have. Now, the third data is the element of affordability. If I'm going to serve people, I need to know where they are located and what is the next lowest hanging fruit in terms of destination of choice for investment for my company. Now, so we decided to dimension this into 4 components: the land administration data, the data on affordability, the data on the business entities that are operating in the sector, and then the data on the total deficit envelope that we needed to have. With this division, we now decided that we do our first survey, which we did and published in 2018-19. The next thing we have decided to do is to fray it out, having tried and having gotten the technical support from National Population Commission, National Bureau of Statistics. They availed us of their enumeration areas and other data so that we can have comparability of data when we finish our work with what they are doing in National Bureau of Statistics and what they are doing in National Population Commission. What with this technical background, we decided now to do the next level, to see which entities in the housing ecosystem are aligned to certain functions. We discovered, for instance, that NMRC, because of the huge work they did with various states in trying to domesticate the mortgage, modern mortgage and foreclosure law, have made quite an inroad into those states. And therefore, we assigned to them the core driver, the anchor driver of the data segment that has to do with land administration. The second thing we did was we found out that because Federal Mortgage Bank is a custodian of the National Housing Fund contribution, they already have about 5 million contributors who are a huge data they can do affordability survey on. So we decided that the driving of the anchor of the affordability survey will go to Federal Mortgage Bank. Then we looked at Redan and Mban, that these are the core people operating on the supply and the demand side of the housing equation. And therefore, they will be responsible for getting the business data component that tells us who are operating where. And then fortuitously, we put the issue of the deficit, the baseline study, to be something that the Federal Ministry of Housing and CBN should collaborate as government agency because of the huge capital outlay it would require to do that. Now, this is what we have done. And another thing that is significant that we have done, because when we now decided to look at this at the Nigerian Real Estate Data Collection and Management Program, we saw that we have a problem. The questionnaire originating from various institutions, from World Bank, from CBN, and all these other questionnaires, were answering to their own data need. And what we decided to do was to funnel all the data needs of these various organizations into one questionnaire, streamline it and strip it of excess duplications and other things, and then have one questionnaire that once it is administered, once we have a feedback from those surveys, we can be in a position to be sure that we are serving all the data needs of all the component strategic players in the industry. This is what we did to save us time so that the huge overhead and capital outlay that is required for these silo operations can be put together into this organization. And we have also had this understanding, like our Center for Affordable Housing, which is a think tank. They have now agreed after our presentation, which we made to them early last year, in February last year, that we will be their Nigerian partner in trying to understand how this works. How was it that we can make sure that we have this PPP we have been speaking about going on for the past 4 years? And that is a huge development that we have worked upon. Now, we discovered that since we have found out these responsibilities to these component organizations, NMRC, you are in charge of land administration data, Federal Mortgage Bank, you are in charge of affordability survey, starting with the huge 5 million data bank you have, the CBN and Federal Minister of Housing, you are in charge of the deficit survey. Then, Redan and Mbank, you should pair up together and give us information on the operators in the housing ecosystem. We decided that we now have another challenge. When we gather for our meetings, which organization will be able to finance those administrative expenses of our running our core duties? And that is what we have decided to look at. And at our last meeting, some organizations have decided, private sector organizations have decided to throw in some funding that will take care of the administration of the Nigerian Real Estate Data Collection and Management Program. Why these individual institutions will funnel their own money towards project financing and project activities that are related to the area they are the anchor organization that will handle. So what I'm looking at is this, that I'm not looking at demystifying the housing deficit, but that we should look at the discussion taking place outside of that narrow perspective of what the data challenge is in Nigeria. And looking at it from the point of view of the investor and from the point of view of the homeowner, those who want to buy houses, what are they looking at? If I'm going to invest in Nigeria, can I have information on state-by-state basis? Because land administration occurs at the state level. How can we be able to match the land administration policies of the various states and FCT? And how can we align them to the fiscal policy of the federal government? Because whereas the issue of fiscal policy is within the realm of the federal government, land administration practice is totally, by the Land Use Act, within the purview of the state administrators. So we have 37 land administrators. So these are the questions as an investor that I would like to ask. And that is the kind of discussion that we should be taking place, and not the distracting discussion about deficit or whether we have it or not. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reverend Chime. Before we go to the questions and answer part of this session, or these combined sessions, I'd like to just ask Faleti to give a summation of the issues as he sees it in 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Prof. I'm going to pick up two issues or two areas I think are critical, and I'm picking up from Benga Olaniyo's presentation. Creative financing. A one-cap-fits-all will not work in an emerging market that is trying to build an housing finance system. It mentioned Omonile, it mentioned challenges with title. It's not going to go away. So, where is title insurance? What can title insurance do as a product to ensure that if you buy your house, you get the title, 10 years down the line, a case comes up, challenges comes up, the having title insurance will actually absolve you almost 100%. So we need, those are the creative things. We're not going to wait for government as private sector stakeholders. We need to promote title insurance. The other factor I looked at, for a long time we've been clamoring about single-digit interest rates. Let me put it to the house today. If interest rates were 3% as an example, there's still going to be the challenge of affordability. How are people going to come up with a down payment? You know? So we, state governments, local governments, we have to think of, can we have something like a settlement down payment loan program? The Federal Mortgage Bank is being so structured to give out purchase loan again. Why can't FMBN come up with a sort of secondary financing? Why can't Federal Mortgage Bank come up with some type of a down payment assistance program? You have money, you can tap into your retirement, you can tap into some pension. However, you still need 5–10%. So Federal Mortgage Bank shouldn't be forced purchase alone. And then, of course, the issue of mortgage insurance. For 12 months, I was the World Bank consultant for the Nigerian Housing Finance Program, and one of the components of the NHFP is mortgage insurance. It's very critical. If we're actually going to move forward in terms of creative financing, we have to implement some kind of mortgage guarantee insurance institution. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. And as I'm about to open up to the audience for questions, I'm mindful that Olivia Chadwell is on the line, I hope, and can take questions. She brought up the issue of social housing being top economic priority in Australia. Perhaps more refined data would enable us to be able to establish exactly what is top priority for us. We cannot just assume that it's the same. I picked up from Benga's presentation a number of very critical issues which have impact on risk, and risk is what the investor, especially the external investor, is looking at. This is the image of the country, the security issues, and when they're pricing their return on investment on a risk-adjusted basis, you would find Nigeria doesn't rank as highly as it ought to because of those issues. I picked up in the data this whole issue of having a repository. This has been the intention from the very early days of creating the housing market system, and I'm glad to see it's moving forward. I see it's good to see that there is a host now for it, and TK, I'm glad you're staying the course on this. I want to also particularly acknowledge the fact that the CAHF, which I was privileged to sign an MOU with in '87, have now come on board. It's so important to collaborate on a continental basis. Africa should be able to draw in resources much more than we are doing if we do not move forward by collaborating. I'm glad to see the composition of data. I'm glad to also see consolidation of data in terms of the needs of the survey. So these two sides of the coin work together. And I really expressly thank panelists while I open up to questions. We'll only be able to take a handful of questions, so please direct your question to whoever you'd want to answer. Thank you.
Questions?
Good afternoon. My name is Munachino Eze, and my question is directed to Reverend Surveyor Ugochukwu Chime. Okay, moving swiftly on. As regards housing and housing deficits, there are so many market factors that affect housing deficit. And one is the inflow of houses in a particular location. Developers go and construct something without checking the phase of that particular market, like economic factors, sort of the initiation, expansion, hyper supply, and then the recession. Most people construct when there is the hyper supply, and that moves on to the aspect of data, right? What data guides developers or normal investors towards construction of different asset classes in a particular location? Now, when we talk about that data, it also, the question I have is regarding what regulatory body can guide the development in a particular place. We mentioned different, there's the regulatory body that guides the number of floors you can construct, but then as to the construction you can do in a particular place, it saves the investor, and also it also saves the market economically. We won't have a lot of buildings situated in a particular place and they are all empty. Thank you.
All protocols still observed. I am Abonovo Festus, engineer. My question goes to the representative of CBN. In your submission, sir, you mentioned that you collaborate with 12 developing partners, housing developing partners. One of them is Redan. I want to know the level of collaboration you have with them and what role does the state play aside the procurement or release of land and CFO. Thank you.
Take one more. Okay, there is none. So, Reverend Chime.
Thank you so much. What I would like to say is that it is the responsibility of any developer to carry out a feasibility or socioeconomic survey to determine the conclusion, because if you build houses without offtake, then you're in trouble. Carrying a large stock of unsold houses is a death knell on any company, for whatever it is. It's better to underserve than to oversupply. Okay, so then the second question with regard to what regulatory bodies involved in the real estate. What we are trying to do is to create a synergy between those that control construction and those that also manage the issue of the interest of the consumers and the off-takers, so that can have a one-stop shop for that. Already now in Lagos, you have such an organization that is trying to situate itself as a manager of the interests of all the stakeholders, whether you're operating on the supply side or you're operating on the demand side. And inside Redan, we have created what you call an endorsement process, whereby if you say you're a member of Redan and you are constructing an estate, we have to have you pass through a process whereby the 7 construction industry groups, quantity surveyors, blah, 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 will be able to look at what you are bringing on board. Are they in consonance with the National Building Code that we have? And then on the other side, also, we look at the soft processes of your organization. Do you keep your word? Are the terms of the covenant you have in your documentation in tandem with what you are doing? Are also there in tandem with what you should be doing. So what we are trying to do is that while waiting for whatever is government regulation, which is sometimes quite stifling, we need to do some measure of self-regulation. So as an individual developer, it is your responsibility to ensure that you've done your socioeconomic survey so as to be able to repay back the loan with which you finance your project, or even if it is equity, you take it back to your family. Or in terms of protecting members of the public, because every developer is like an orchestra director. You have very many stakeholders who are on the value chain, whose interests and dynamics and expectations have to be met for it to be a success. Thank you.
Yeah, so the collaboration between the CBN, which involves Redan, as explained, is on data collection for the sector. And it's not just Redan, but there is NMRC, there is FMPN, we have GIZ, World Bank. All these stakeholders were brought together because of their understanding and role in the sector. And so that's basically what we do. The MBS, the MPOPC are also there because of the technicalities of data collection, which they have that capacity. So that's what we were doing under the collaboration, not like dealing. Okay, now, so if you are talking about land administration role, the NMRC with CBN is partnering to work with the states to see how land administration can be smoothened out to improve on the sector. But for the aspect that I work with Redan is on the aspect of data collation for the sector. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to particularly thank you for staying patiently through this and for your participation in asking questions. And once again, thank you to the panelists. It's been a very informative session. And thank you to Olivia out there. There wasn't a question for you, but thank you for your presentation. Particularly the message I took away is that the economist view that social housing is top priority in Australia is a message that we would...
I have a question for Olivia.
Oh,
Olivia,
apparently there is a question for you.
Olivia,
do it in 1 minute, please.
When is Miyamoto coming to Nigeria?
You can share your answer. We can share your answer at the later session. Just send the answer through to the event organizers. Okay. Now is the photo session, and your role in making this a successful session, and any housekeeping? Housekeeping? No. Okay. Photo session, photographers, please come forward.
A round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much once again, Professor Charles Iyangete. Thank you for being the chairman of this session, the second for today. Demystifying Nigeria's housing deficit, a discourse on data and facts. Now, the facts and the data has been laid out, but I'm very sure the big question Nigerians will be asking is, God, when? When will this be a reality in Nigeria? And like Martin Luther King Jr., I have a dream that one day, housing will be affordable in Nigeria, especially for the low-income earners. Thank you once again, Chairman. Thank you very much, everyone who gave the speakers, the VIP speakers. Thank you to all of you. And a very big thank you to everyone who has patiently waited till the end of the sessions for today. Just to remind you that tomorrow, the morning session starts at 9:30 a.m. prompt. 9:30 a.m. prompt. We will be very, very serious with timing tomorrow. Thank you very much. And just to let you know that if you are duly registered, there is lunch for you. I'm sure somewhere by the left, our ushers will lead you to where we'll be having lunch this afternoon. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, members of the press. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow by the grace of God. Good afternoon. My name is Ben Dodo Oche. We'll see you tomorrow.